world population pressure in developing countries need more food to feed this increasing population, including animal feed and grain production. So this is the world food requirement. How the world food requirement will increase, it's very shown clearly here. The world would need to produce about 50% more food than it is today. Animal food create increased pressure on vegetal production. Potential bottlenecks, main hurdles to achieve this kind of increase in food production particularly includes the inputs including water, land, and nutrients. So coming to the Pakistan scenario, with the present position, the 21 million hectares cultivated area has its contribution, 29% contribution in GDP, gross domestic product, and 43.4% contribution in total employment, which shows quite significant contribution of agriculture sector. So the main problems that our agriculture facing, waterlogging and salinity has affected up to 30% cultivated area. Population is expected to grow 3 million per annum. Demand for wheat will shoot up beyond 24 metric tons, but still in Pakistan, we have low yields. So what the perspective shows that required production would increase for Pakistan from 2015 to 2035. The fruits we will need plus 73%, wheat plus 62%, sugar 38%, cotton 15%, and likewise the edible oil 45% and rice 20%. To secure this production, how we can get increased production under prevailing conditions, at least 30% increase of water availability would be required. So the water that we are using today, we will need more 30% of the water that will meet the requirements of the future. Additionally, water saving could also be source of energy production for the developing countries facing the increasing energy requirements. So it is well said that we are going to run out of water before we run out of oil. So what is the solution in the world or to our country? One of the solution is use of high efficiency irrigation systems. Because if you know the major consumer of the water in the world is the irrigation system. In Pakistan, more than 90% of the water is being utilized by the irrigation system. Whether in our other countries in the world, in some countries 50%, 60%, but still the major user or the competitor of the water is the irrigation. So we must improve our irrigation systems for a better future and better life. So now the world is thinking, what is the solution? So they have given this solution, the use of high efficiency irrigation systems. So high efficiency irrigation systems as designated by the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, that sprinkler systems and drip irrigation systems. Okay, we think this is the one solution, but what is the other solution? Because this solution is very expensive for the poor countries, for the developing countries. if we are going to install the drip irrigation systems or sprinkler irrigation system, one thing is capital investment. It's very difficult for the developing countries. And secondly, the technical awareness of these systems. Since 20 years, this system is being introduced in Pakistan, but still we have not been able even to install on 2% of the land, because this is very expensive and very technical, and there is a lot of technical knowledge needed even to the growers to run these systems. However, let's go to continue. We will conclude at the end that what should we have. So high efficiency irrigation projects in Pakistan agriculture is aimed at, because under a World Bank project, there was installation of the drip irrigation systems in Pakistan since last 15 years. So what was their aim? The use of high efficiency irrigation systems can deliver 40 to 50% savings in water and fertilizers and improve the yield and quality of produce. So this was the aim of the project of the World Bank, that up to 40 to 50% water can be saved if we use these systems. So now we say, what are the systems available in the world or in the Pakistan? So from most efficient system to least efficient system. Now, according to the world category, the most efficient system is the drip irrigation system, then sprinkler irrigation system, then bubbler irrigation system, then furrow irrigation system, and the least is the fillet irrigation system. So furrow and fillet, these are considered low efficient irrigation systems. Therefore, the developed countries gave the idea that we should convert our systems. Even I will talk about a developed country like Australia. They have 60% of these systems, furrow irrigation and fillet irrigation system. In Pakistan, we are using more than 98% of the furrow, fillet and basin irrigation system. So this is known as a surface irrigation system. If we say together fillet, furrow and basin, so that is the conventional irrigation system, and this is the common in developing countries like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Bhutan, Brazil, and so many other countries, and even in Australia as a developed countries, furrow irrigation is the dominant irrigation system. So what is the solution? How we can change, how we can convert the 60% land in Australia to the drip irrigation system? How much time it will take? And for the Pakistan, where we are using about 98%, 95 to 98% the furrow irrigation system, how it will be possible that we can change to the drip irrigation system? I already said that one is the capital investment and other is the technical awareness, and the large area 98 to 92 to 98%, 92 to 98% is being under surface irrigation system. So actually there is a study, this is also one part of the study of postdoctorate at the Australia. The studies are being taken how we can improve these systems, existing systems. The furrow irrigation is the dominant system and it existed in the world. So why should not we improve this system? Why we should go to the conversions? Okay, in some areas where you are installing the new irrigation system, you should go with the drip irrigation system. But for the areas which are already existing, we should improve these systems. It is the only solution that we should improve these systems so that we can have better saving in water. And there are many studies. I am also part of that study, that if we can improve the furrow irrigation system, we can improve the performance by optimization and modeling. We have conducted the tests even in Queensland fields and even in some Pakistani fields, that we can perform, we can improve the performance up to the 30%, up to the 40%. We can make the performance better in furrow irrigation if we use the optimization tools, new models. So it is the best solution. So surface irrigation, or we say furrow irrigation system, the performance can be improved by modeling and optimization using the simple tools. One is the infill model that is being used in the Australia even and in many other countries, and other is the Sermod model that is also used in USA and in Australia, and now there are some tests in our country Pakistan with the help of Australian projects. So if we can improve, this is the furrow irrigation system. You might be aware of, some of you aware from these lands, and these are the furrow irrigation system. These are the furrows, and the water is allowed in these furrows. So we can have a low water tension if we can improve low root stress and optimum nutrient and water. But the condition is that how we can optimize these systems. The infill model, the function of infill model is that it needs a very simple data, and then it can give the infiltration characters for whole the soil, that how much water will be infiltrated in the soil in a unit time. And the Sermod model with the inclusion of the Sermod model with the infill model, this will optimize the soil, that at what time we should stop the irrigation systems. So it is well known in hydraulics that if we know the proper infill or the infiltration system of the soil, then we should be able to optimize, and we should know that when should we stop the water. But in developing countries or in our Pakistan, there is no such system, but just they allow the water in the field and they keep it submerged. So water is being wasted, and a lot of water is also creating the problems of water logging and salinity in the area, irrigated area. So this is the other drip irrigation system, for which we say that we should convert the systems to the drip irrigation system or the advanced irrigation system. So this is the hydraulic system, pumps and pipes designed in the field, and then the water is allowed to the plants in the roots through these pumps and pipes. Now for these systems, I already narrated, very expensive, very technical awareness is needed, and more aware also these systems need the energy for their operation. Now the energy costs are increasing in the world, whereas the surface irrigation system or this furrow irrigation system, the water is going in the field just on the gravity basis. So that the surface irrigation, if we are able to improve that, that is the only solution for the developed countries. So these benefits that we can achieve from the drip irrigation, water and plant nutrients are delivered simultaneously through the irrigation system in precise combination and timing. And in surface irrigation system, we can see this is the how the nutrients are leaching, and this is the drip irrigation system. Now some of the advantage in drip irrigation system: increased yield, water saving 30 to 60% is possible, high water use efficiency, uniform supply of water to the all plants, effective fertilizer management that includes fertigation, high fertilizer use efficiency, uniform supply to all plants, fertigation as per the crop growth stage, saving of the fertilizers, and uniform distribution. So this is the well-known fact that if we can improve the irrigation uniformity, we can have the better yield. So this is
Thank you.
one of the references with
Thank you.
70% efficiency and 90% efficiency. So going to the but that the success. Now, if we talk on the drip or the pressurized irrigation, its success depends on the following kind: no relation of the cost of water and price paid at the farm rear, and readiness to pay for the quality, availability of quality seeds. In other words, for the high irrigation efficient projects to successfully demonstrate the economical attractiveness at farm level of these technologies, a paradigm shift in agriculture practice has to be achieved. So the adoption. Now in Pakistan, there were some cases that I already told that in some cases the drip system was adopted under chili. So this is the some chili, and this is their benefit. What are the benefits? This is another example at the Lodhrana farm. That is the cucumber. The drip irrigation was also installed under the World Bank project. And this is the benefits that how much we can have the increased yield and how much we can have the increased water. So this is another example at Punjab, cotton under drip.
Doctor, can you please conclude?
Yes,
Because
please.
yes,
I am coming because these are the two combined presentations. Actually, I already requested.
Yeah, actually, very nice presentation and
for two groups. Yes.
This topic is very interested.
Okay, so now coming to the conclusion, the total geographical area is 79 million hectares for Pakistan. Agricultural land potential 23 million hectares. Total irrigated area is 21. So still we need the water for 200 million hectares. And total average water uptake, the total surface water is 90% million acre feet, and total average groundwater uptake is 40. So if we install the system, we can save 40% of this water, that is the surface river water, and the 50% of the average groundwater. So we can have a lot of savings, and we can have more food for the increasing population in the world and in Pakistan. So thank you very much. If any question, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Kanya Lal, from the senior professor from the Department of Civil Engineering, Mehran University of Engineering Technology, Sheikh Zuluf Karali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur, Miras. Now I would like to turn mics towards the participant if they have any question. If they have question, you may ask from Dr. Kanya. Otherwise, I will move towards the next presenter, Dr. Muhammad Kabir. Muhammad Kabir from University of Sargodha.
Yes, sir, I am Mayor.
Thank you very much, Kabir.
Sir, please allow me the screen share.
Yes, just wait. Yes, now you can share.
Sir, another screen is sharing.
No, you just try now. Kabir, now try.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
And my screen is visible?
Yes. Please share your presentation.
Now I have shared my presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Assalamu alaikum, dear audience. I am Dr. Muhammad Kabir, working as an assistant professor and in charge at Department of Biological Sciences, University of Sargodha, Sub-Campus, Punjab, Pakistan. First of all, I pay my thanks to the organizing committee of the Second, IMDC 2021, who gave me a chance of oral presentation in this international conference. Today, the topic of my presentation is the plants acts as a natural purifier of the environmental pollution and keep the environment clean and green in changing climate. If you see the theme of the conference, then the third important word is the environmental issue. So my presentation will focus to the environmental issue. As we know that environment is consist on the three major components, that is air, water and soil, and all these components of the environments are deteriorating or degrading due to the anthropogenic activity. So if you look to my topic comprises on the three major parts, that is first the climate change, second one the environmental pollution, and third one plants act as a natural purifier. As we know that research starts with the problem and ends with the solution. So the problem in my title is the change of the climate, environmental pollution, and then its solution by the plants. As I am a botanist or the belong to the plant sciences, so I will focus to the plantations activity, and that is the need of the day. As we know that environment is being changed due to the anthropogenic activities, that is the man-made activity due to more industrialization, transportation, urbanization, and other such activities are on large scale. And these are resulting due to the increasing human population or population explosion. So the background includes that what is the climate? As I already mentioned, that environment is consist of the three major components, that is air, water and soil, and all these components of the environments are deteriorating or degrading due to the anthropogenic activity. So climate is actually the environmental factor of an area, country or the whole world. It means that climate change, global warming, environmental pollution is not a problem of any one country, but it is existing all over the world, and especially in the developing countries. These environmental factors which can exist over a long period of time, these are constituted as the environmental changes. And these environmental changes are affecting to the agriculture system, plants, animal, hydrological cycle, distributions of the rainfall, wind patterns, and growth of the plants and animals, and even the whole food chain. As we know that plants are the producer on the surface of earth, so we must know the importance of the trees. According to the UNCC, Pakistan is in the list of the top 10 countries in which the climatic changes are on the large scales. And the Pakistan Meteorological Department also proposed that February 2021 was the driest month on the record of the history of Pakistan. So what is the main issue? The issue is that we are using the resources extensively and then are not responsible for the consequences. So the IPCC, that is International Panel on the Global Climate Change, has proposed that due to the productions of the greenhouse gases, the problem of the climate change and global warming is increasing day by day. So we should reduce the greenhouse gas emission 45% up to 2050. According to the IPCC 2014, 19th to 21st centuries are considered as the warmest and the driest periods of the previous history. So motivation is that as we are using the science and technology on a large scale and human is moving towards the cities, that is causing the urbanizations, and we are also establishing more industry to fulfill our daily needs, and transportation activities are also increasing. So all these human activities are actually causing the pollution. As I already mentioned that we are using the resources very extensively without considering the importance of the tree. So human is causing the deforestation, that is cutting off tree, desertification, cutting off tree on large areas and converting it into the barren area, loss of the soil fertility, urbanization, industrialization, population explosions. All these are the major factors, major problems which are generating by the human on the surface of earth, and these are actually causing the climatic changes or the environmental pollutions. So we must know the importance of the trees in this regard if we are environmentally friendly. Moscow says that a tree that lives for 50 years generates a US dollar worth of the oxygen. As we know that living organisms are existing on the surface of earth, and the most important thing for their existence is the oxygen. And this oxygen is mainly provided by the plants in the process of the photosynthesis. They not only give us the oxygen as a byproduct of the photosynthesis, plants can also uptake the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, which is creating a great problem, that is the global warming on the surface of Earth. So on the one hand, plants are giving us the oxygen, and on the other hand, they are also taking up the carbon dioxide from the environment. Plants recycle the US$ worth of the soil fertility and facilitate a huge quantity of US$ worth of the soil emissions control. It means that all the components of the environments are being stabilized or sustainable by the plants. Then plants create a US$ worth of the air pollution control and provides a huge quantity of US$ worth of the shelter for insects, birds, and animals. Our net loss is worth more than $57,381 when one tree falls are affected by the environmental pollution. Therefore, a humble request is that think before you cut a tree. So this slide was about the importance of the tree. What is the problem statement? The problem statement is that these pollution or the concentration of the pollutions in the environment is increasing, and this problem is on large scale, especially in the large cities. Musco Soul says that if you are lost, look for smoke. Where there is smoke, there is a city. It means that problem of the environmental pollution is global warming is on large scale in the mega cities or in the we can say in the developing country. So we should take this problem on our priority basis, and we should remain the environmental friend, because only clean and green environment can provide the proper requirement for the healthy life of the living organisms. Anthropogenic activities are also responsible for the greenhouse gases, and out of these different greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide is more important gas regarding to the pollutions of the environment. So this is in purpose of this study is to examine the role of the plants to take carbon dioxide in the process of photosynthesis and to reduce its concentration in the environment. As we know that temperature is increasing on the surface of Earth, and it is mainly due to the increased concentrations of the carbon dioxide. Yes, you can see in the picture that it is our common practice that most of the industrial wastes are dumped outside the industrial wall, and by burning processes, these pollutants are escaping into the air, into the water, and into the soil. So we should focus to the plantations activity, not to the deforestation if we are environmentally friendly. And then after one thing is the cutting of tree, and another is their burning, which can also pollute the air in which we are breathing or in which our breathing gas is existing. Objective of the study: plant a tree and get oxygen for free. Trees are capturing the carbon dioxide in the process of photosynthesis. What are the edaphic characteristics? As I already mentioned that soil is also an important component of the environment, but this soil is deteriorating or degrading due to the anthropogenic activity, due to the addition of the different pollutants into the soil. So we should consider these factors on a larger scale. This is experimental work that how natural and anthropogenic sources such as industry, heating, motor vehicles, these are deteriorating to the environmental activity, environmental factors. As a result of the carbon dioxide concentration, temperature on the surface of Earth is increasing. We should be careful in this regard. So solution for pollution: plants act as a natural purifier, natural lungs. Plant a tree and get oxygen for free. Plants are nature purifier of the environment. It is our duty to save the environment's beauty if we are environmentally friend. Let us go green to get our globe green. So a green revolution is the best solution to arrest the pollution. You can see that in our sub-campus in University of Sargodha, entrance gates are also made by different types of the plant. We have a large number of the potted plants in front of our building. Our students, faculty members, and other staff members of the university are also working in collaborations with the divisional forest officer, with the deputy commissioner Bakar and district administration for the plantations activity. Our director is planting a tree in front of our building. We have also collaborations with some other organizations that just like with the Pakistan Army. And what is the issue? The issue is that we are not aware about the importance of our environment, of our habitat in which we are existing. You can see that environmental calendar is very important regarding to the environmental sustainability or the safety. That is, the World Environmental Day is celebrated on the 5th of the June, World Population Day on the 11th of June. If we celebrate all these events of the environmental calendars, it means that we are environmental friends. But we normally celebrate only 2 days, that is our birthday and the Eid day, and we are not familiar with the important events of the environment. What is the conclusion? The conclusion which could be drawn from this study is that if haphazard population growth and large number of the industry, transportation, and urbanization goes on increasing without realizing the importance of the trees, then probably there will be more disruptive changes for living organism in near future, and these disruptive changes are affecting to the living organism on the surface of Earth. You can see in the picture that how industries polluted the soil and affected the plant, and this pollution is also increasing into the air. That is the most important factors for the existence of life on the surface of Earth. And in the next part, how without plants temperature is increasing, and due to the plant this temperature is reducing. So
Thank you.
thanks
Thank you.
for the certificates.
Thank you, Dr. Kabir, for
Thank you.
very nice presentations.
Thank you,
And
sir.
now I would like to give an opportunity to the participant. If they have any questions, you may ask from Dr. Kabir.
Yes, sir. I am there.
If there is no any questions, so I may proceed with the another speaker, Azadar Hussain. Azadar, are you there? Azadar Hussain from
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Azadar Hussain from Mehran University of Engineering Technology, Jamshoro.
Yes. Hello everyone, I am Azadar Hussain from Mehran University of Engineering and Technology. My research topic is mapping of groundwater zones using VES, a case study of Malwa distributary. These are the contents of my research presentation, in which we will be discussing introduction, methodology, results and discussions, conclusions, and the final references. In Southern Asia, groundwater is mostly used for irrigation purpose. Nepal, India, China, Bangladesh, and Pakistan are using groundwater over 300 km³ yearly. In the arid and semi-arid areas, surface water resources are generally scarce and highly unreliable. Therefore, groundwater is often primary water resource in these areas. Groundwater is cheap, safe, constant in quality and quantity, and abundant to man when properly explored. Groundwater quality is an important issue, especially when aquifer is withdrawn for large amount of high pumping during dry summer season time. The main object of this study was investigation of groundwater quality by using latest method of vertical electrical sounding. VES also assess the potential and availability of groundwater to get information of quality and quantum of Malwa distributary command area for the irrigation purpose. The study area. The study area of Malwa command area in the district Shahid Benazirabad has been selected. The Malwa offtakes from the Tul branch at 34 RD. Length of the Malwa distributary is 25.8 miles. 3 miners are offtaking from Malwa, such as Mir Rukan miner, Qazi Ahmed miner, and Jadov miner. In the Malwa command area, total 23 points were surveyed, which are highlighted as a triangle in figure 1. This is the study area which we have selected for the VES electric sounding survey methodology. We continue. The 3 by 3 kilometer grid was made using ArcGIS for site survey. 23 sites were selected according to grid for resistivity survey. ABM terameter SAS 4000 was used in the conduct of resistivity survey in the field by using Schellenberger method. Readings which are obtained from the survey was imported in IX1D software. After multiplying it with geometrical factor, after collecting the results of the survey from the field, the mapping of electric conductivity was done by using ArcGIS. The inverse distance weighted method of interpolation was used to map EC in 4 different classes, which includes fresh, marginal fresh, marginal saline, and saline water. After interpolation, quantum of each class was calculated. This is the data sheet which we have used for collecting the data points from the study area. Results and discussion. For obtaining the quality of groundwater, the electricity resistivity survey with geological lithology formation and water quality was distributed according to the resistivity values in different resistivity zones as suggested by Sheikh in 2018. If the value of resistivity is less than 10 ohm meter, the water quality is saline. The resistivity values between 10 to 20 ohm meter, the quality of water is marginal saline. The water quality is marginal fresh if the values of resistivity in between 20 to 30 micro ohm meter, the resistivity values between 30 to 100 ohm meter, the quality of water is fresh water, and the value above 100 meter ohm is indicates very high resistivity and unsaturated layer above bedrock and water table. The interpretation of VS data is done by extracting the graphs from 1IX 1D software, which shows the layers of each survey points and graphs of the apparent resistivity and spacing. Interpretation through IX1D. In Malwa distribution, there are 23 points we were surveyed, from which two of them are discussed here with graphs. VS07, village Mitho Khan Jokhyo. VS07 shows 4-layer model as shown in figure 4. The resistivity values in the first layer is less than 10 ohm meter to the depth of 1.2 meter, and water in this layer is saline with clay material up to depth of 7.1 meter. The resistivity values of second layer is 30 to 100 ohm meter and indicating the presence of sand mixed with good quality of groundwater. In third and fourth layer, the groundwater quality is marginal saline with coarse sand and clay material, as the resistivity values lies between 10 to 20 ohm meter. This is the VS10 Masti Khui. VS10 of survey point Masti Khui showed 3-layer model as shown in figure 5. The first layer up shows the corrosive material of sand with good quality of groundwater. It is up to depth of 1.2 meter with resistivity values 30 to 100 ohm meter. In the second layer, resistivity values is greater than 100 ohm meter and layer is unsaturated if below water table and bedrock above water table, and up to depth of 100 meter resistivity values. Third layer is between 20 to 30 ohm meter, which shows the quality of water is marginal fresh with sand and clay. These are the interpolation images which we have extracted in the using ArcGIS software. Here, dark green color represents the fresh water, light green marginal fresh, yellow is this marginal saline, and red for the saline water. The groundwater quality with the area of different depths we have calculated also area at the 25 meter depth. Total area of fresh water is 59 and marginal fresh is 118.71. Marginal saline is 163.01. Saline is 18.68. At 50 meter depth, fresh water is 75.65. Marginal fresh is 109.95. Marginal saline is 157.19 and saline is 17.15. At 75 meter depth, fresh water is 61.59, marginal fresh is 62.06, marginal saline is 215.63 and saline is 22.66. At 100 meter depth, fresh water is 58.7 kilometer square, marginal fresh is 61.94 kilometer square, marginal saline is 197.52 kilometer square and saline is 49.6 kilometer square. For groundwater quantum estimation in billion cubic meter was calculated as area of different classes of quality such as fresh, marginal saline, and saline multiplied with the depth and porosity of the soil is shown in table 2 to table 5. These are the quantums which we have calculated for 4 classes of the fresh marginal fresh, marginal saline, and saline groundwater. Conclusion. The IX1D shows the model in different layers, such as 10 survey points shows 3-layer model, 12 survey points shows the 4-layer model, and 1 shows the 5-layer model. The quality of groundwater is then distributed in 4 classes: fresh, marginal saline, and saline. And the area of each class is calculated in different depths, which summarize as the more fresh water is available at the 50-meter depth and less fresh water is available at the 100-meter depth. As the depth increases, the quality of groundwater deteriorates as the area of saline water is highest at 100-meter depth and the lowest at the 50-meter depth. According to a study, the 50-meter depth is suitable for extraction of groundwater because there is no fresh water available. The groundwater quantum for each class, fresh, marginal saline, and saline is estimated as 1.695, 2.251, 5.084, and 0.759 BCM up to 100-meter depth is canal command area. In Malwa distributary, the VS survey shows that the fresh water is accessible up to maximum depth of 100 meters near Indus River. The study suggests that tube wells should be installed up to 50-meter depth where the maximum quantity of fresh water is available. Also, the aquifers should be recharged by installing artificial wells, and concerned departments must formulate strategies for monitoring the groundwater in the area. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammad Kabir, for your very nice presentation. Now I would like to request our another participant. Oh, sorry, now sorry, Azadar. Sorry, Azadar. Sorry.
No problem, sir.
Thank you very much, Azadar, for your very nice presentation. Now I would like to request another speaker, Sarfraz Haider from Mehran University, SZW campus. Sarfraz, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I am here.
Just please share your presentation.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes. You may proceed.
Okay, sir. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Sarfraz Haider. I am a civil engineering student from Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, SF campus, Khairpur, Miras, Pakistan. First of all, I would like to thanks all the organizers of second IMDC, especially Dr. Sajad Mangi, for providing us this opportunity to present and publish our research. Today, my research topic is strength performance of mortar containing bagasse ash and rice husk ash as a cementitious material. And this is focused on the environmental issues. Now, while preparing mortar and concrete, the main binding element used in them is cement. The problem with cement is that it results in emission of carbon dioxide. Now, carbon dioxide contributes to about 8 to 10% of the emission of greenhouse gases. Engineers have been developing new technologies for sustainable material in the construction industry. One of such technology is to use the waste material as building material. So here we will be using rice husk ash and bagasse ash as a replacement with cement. By using rice husk and bagasse, OPC production can be reduced and a potentially more sustainable cement can be implemented into buildings and infrastructure. The oxide composition of RHA and bagasse ash is shown here. According to STM C618, these both belong to class FH. From the literature review, we come to conclusion that 10% RHA and 10% bagasse ash is optimum for compressive strength. However, no research is done on combined use of both materials. So we have done this research to know the combined effect of both RHA and bagasse ash on compressive strength of mortar. Now coming to aims and objective, we have two objectives here. Number one is to check the flowability of mortar.
Sarfraz, your slides are not moving. Please preview your slide, then continue.
I am moving them. I don't know why they are not moving. Are they now visible, sir?
Now it's moving, yeah. Before that, it was just your front slide.
Okay, sir. Now we have two objectives here. Number one is to check the flowability of motor with different percentages of bagasse ash and rice cache. And number two is to check the compressive strength of motor. Now, problem statement. Now, as I said that extensive use of OPC in mortar and concrete has resulted in emission of carbon dioxide. This has degenerated the environment and given force to studies for sustainable development. Like other developing countries, Pakistan lack waste management infrastructure, creating several environmental problems. Most of these waste is either dumped, buried, or burned in vacant So by using rice as cache and bagasse ash, we not only decrease the environmental threat, but it also help in. Now this is the methodology chart. First we will collect the material, then we will prepare them. In fresh properties, we will check the flowability and compressive strength at 3, 7, and 28 days. And this is how sugarcane, bagasse ash, and rice as cache are prepared. Sugarcane after extraction bagasse. So by sieving this coarser bagasse, we get the final bagasse ash. Same goes for RHA. Now here we costed in our research. Now result in discussion. Now, so first of all, sieve analysis of fine aggregate was carried out in accordance with ASTM C33. Here it is showing percent passing from sieve number. It is clearly shown in this graph. We can also see. Now flowability. A flowability test was carried out according to ASTM C230. We can see that with increasing bagasse and rice cache, flowability values are decreasing. This is due to the water cement ratio is kept constant. The RHA and bagasse ash increase the water requirement of motor. So that's why we have kept the water ratio same. So flowability is decreasing. Now density of cubes. In density of cube, we can see that at 3 and 7 days, it is first increasing, then it is decreasing. It is due to the not proper evaporation of water. But at 28 days, we can see that it is continuously decreasing. This is due to the lower mass. There is a disturbance here.
It's okay
At
now.
At 28 days, it is continuously decreasing due to the porosity induced by RHA. The voids have induced in motor cubes. So mass is decreased, and when mass is decreased, density is also decreased, as we know that density is equal to mass upon volume. Then compressive strength. Now compressive strength was carried out at 3, 7, and 28 days, and we can clearly compare them from this graph. We can see that the compressive strength is decreasing. This is due to the bagasse ash reactivity is very slow, and as we said that RHA and bagasse ash induce the porosity in motor voids. But at 28 days, at 5% replacement of RHA and bagasse ash, we can see we have the highest compressive strength. It is because the bagasse ash have properly reacted with the cement, and it is not much replacement. We have used only 5% RHA and 5% bagasse ash. Now density versus compressive strength. We can see from all these graphs that with increasing substitution of density, the compressive strength is also increasing. This is due to the fact that with increasing density means there are lesser voids. So if there are less voids, density is more, it is more denser cube, then we strength. Now coming to the conclusion, we have concluded that flowability is decreasing to small extent with increasing content of bagasse cache. For more, we will have to use some admixtures like plasticizers. It was noted that at 15% replacement, compressive strength of cubes was highly decreased. At 28 days test, it was observed that compressive strength of cube with 5% replacement has the largest value. And recommendation, one can use different water cement ratio, or they can increase the curing period for better strength performance, or they can also use finer sieve according to ASTM C618 to get more better results. These are the differences, and that was all. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Sarfraz, for your presentation regarding the sugarcane bagasse utilization in the concrete. Now I would like to give an opportunity to Mr. Amir Ali to present your presentation. From
Yes, sir, I am here.
Yes. Now you can share.
Okay, sir. First of all, I am thankful to second IMDC conference, all organizers who gave me a chance to give presentation and international conference. This is Amir Ali, and my topic is the effect of different curing methods on the compressive strength of concrete. These are the contents in our research, introduction, literature review, problem statement, aims and objectives, and all others, which we have done in our research. In introduction, concrete is becoming increasing common as a construction material. Because of its extensive use, material has been used for centuries, versatility and sustainability. It is a man-made house, water courses, aggregates, and others. Now, what is curing of concrete? A curing of concrete is a method by which the concrete is protected against loss of moisture required for hydration and kept within the recommended temperature range. Curing will increase the strength and decrease the permeability of hardened concrete, which is best for the concrete for gaining strength. Sir, is my slides are visible to you? Hello, sir.
Yes, it is visible. You may proceed.
Okay, sir. Thermal processing experts use oven curing to increase the strength and toughness of a substance by adding heat to speed up a desired chemical reaction. So we use in this research the oven curing temperature for determine the compressive strength of curing of concrete and temperature. A curing oven accomplishes this in its most basic form by raising the temperature of a sample material to within or above a given limit. In literature review, we have collected some research papers of past which were helpful for us to determine our topic and extend our topic. Now, literature review summary. From literature review summary, we have concluded that from extensive study, we come to know that from different curing methods, the compressive strength of water curing cube is greater than others. However, we are doing this research on different curing methods on different time period to find best method for greater compressive strength in short time. Now in problem statement, why we do this topic or why we select this topic to in our research. The problem statement is that if curing is not practiced, there is a shortage of water, which contributes to dehydration, and this is very harmful to concrete. So the normal water curing of concrete required longer period to gain its strength and reducing the production period. So that's why we took very less time in curing for curing period. Therefore, reducing curing time could improve the production time. Our aim and objectives. Our aim and objectives are to determine the workability of fresh concrete and to evaluate the compressive strength of concrete under water curing, gunny bag curing, oven plus water curing, and oven curing. And we want to find which curing method is best, who gives us good compressive strength for concrete in very short time. In the scope of study, the laboratory work is carried out in at least 1 month. It involves testing of materials, preparation of samples according to the standards, casting of concrete. The dimension of concrete is 150 mm, and the samples then finally cured for curing process. The curing process for the prepared samples will be scheduled for 3, 7, and 28 days, and it investigate in these times. There will also some time required for the testing of prepared samples. Results will analyze properly. For this purpose, we batch concrete, mixed and transport compacted, finished in laboratory in strengthened conditions using ASTM C183 standards. A test will perform the different curing ages at 3, 7, and 28 days. And the compressive test was done in compressing testing machine. This is our research methodology. First of all, we collect the material, and the concrete mix ratio we use is 1:1.5:3, with water to cement ratio is 0.5. After mixing, we make a slump test. Slump test is used for check the workability of concrete. After this, we take the four methods of curing: water curing, Kenny curing, oven plus water curing, and oven curing, and check the compressive strength of these methods for good results. These are the total sampling table. There are three samples of each method were casted, and the different time period were shown. Gunny bake three samples for the three samples, and time in oven. The oven time is 15 minutes for 30 minutes and 45 minutes for 3, 7, 28 days. Now result and discussion. In result and discussion, we have concluded that the test performed on cement concrete specimen of different curing methods to judge the compressive strength of different curing methods. To determination of this research was to observe the variation in flowability, compressive strength, having water cement ratio 0.5 and all the mixes and ratio replacing cement by weight. These are some properties of aggregates we were used in research our work: specific gravity, fineness modulus, bulk density, and water absorption. Now this is the table of slump test average. Overall, the average of our slump test were 48.1 mm. And these were the workability of concrete by slump test, and filling and tamping in concrete in laboratory work will be done. Compressive strength test. This table is shown the all compressive strength average result. So water curing average strength 26.85, gunny by curing 22, 2 MPa, oven plus water curing at 15, 30, and 45 minutes is 20.95, and oven curing at 15, 30, and 45 minutes is 13.67. However, these are the graph showing the result of compressive strength. From this, we have concluded that the first of all, the best method is water curing, and the second is gunny bay curing. Now, the result of compressive strength 728 days shows that the more strength is obtained at 28 days in water curing and gunny bay curing. The graph of different curing methods shows that the water curing and gunny bay curing cubes have greater compressive strength as compared to the other methods. These are the testing for cubes and the molded cubes. Now discussion. The result of compressive strength have been presented above in table and graphical representation of average compressive strength versus curing ages for different methods of curing. Now in all curing methods, the compressive strength of concrete increase with age. It means we increase the time as we want to get a good curing compressive strength of concrete. The highest compressive strength at all ages was produced in immersion water. Means water curing is good for compressive strength, and the average compressive strength of water curing concrete is 26.8 MPa in 28 days respectively. With water curing also, a gunny bake method produces good compressive strength as 22 MPa in 28 days, but others are not very good for curing compressive strength. Now, oven curing method of curing produced the lowest compressive strength at all ages. It caused a reduction in compressive strength of 13.67 MPa in 45 minutes and 28 days respectively, as compared to water curing. The early drying of concrete stopped the cement hydration before the pores were blocked by adequate calcium silicate hydrate. Now, in conclusion, based on the experimental test result, these are the conclusion of our research. After performing test, compressive strength of water curing and gunny bay curing is increased with time effect of curing to make concrete more sustainable and strong. For making sustainable concrete structures, these curing methods should be applied so as concrete gain its full strength for making strong structures. Now, gunny bay curing with.
Thank you, Amir, for your presentation.
You,
in nutshell, can you please tell us which one is the best method for the curing in nutshell?
Yes, sir. the water curing method is good for compressive strength, and also the gunny bake curing method is also good for curing of compressive strength at 28 days.
Okay, fine. That's good. Thank you very much for your presentation. And
Thank you, sir.
now I would like to invite our another speaker, Miss Sumera Sajad from Danish School, Raimiar Khan. Sumera, are you there? Sumera Sajad from Danish School Girls, Raimiar Khan. Yes, your screen is visible.
Your screen is visible.
Sumera, you are not audible.
Sumera, you are not audible.
I think you are facing some issue. Sumera, yes. Yes, please start now.
Yes, sir, I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah. Now you are audible.
Thank you, sir. Is it visible now?
Yes, yes. Now your screen is visible and also you are audible. Please start.
Thank you so much, and sorry for this trouble. First of all, I would say my thanks to Dr. Sajjad Sahab for giving me this opportunity. So the topic of my research is problem, challenges, and opportunities of online English learning and teaching during COVID-19 at university level in Pakistan. This is basically from the Department of Linguistics. During the COVID-19, we were suffering a lot of changes as all the classes were turning towards online mode. So revolutionary changes have seen in teaching learning due to the spread of coronavirus in the COVID-19 situations. Intentionally or unintentionally, all the educators, teachers, and schools were completed to adapt their students in a challenging situation. They have shifted towards the learning online classes. It wasn't difficult for educational world in developed countries. They have every kind of facilities, have high speed internet speed, gadgets, and access to technology in every hand available. Basically, my objectives and aims were to explore the different issues, challenges, opportunities concerning online learning and teaching faced by multiple stakeholders, particularly in Pakistan. This study aims to investigate teaching of English in Pakistan amid COVID-19, and it also wanted to explore the problems of digital illiteracy, which seems to be the cause of failure of online classes in Pakistan. The study also identified the benefits and opportunities in conducting online classes so that in Pakistan, online classes can be in scope as the world is highly recommending and moving towards this mode of study. Research method, this was basically a libraries research, or you can say literature type research study. Literature study research is defined as to bring out the necessary and essential data by reading and surfing the literature resources. The data used in this research is taken from ebooks, textbooks, articles, publications, and references and other relevant resources. Educational system during COVID-19 in developed and developing countries. As we know that in developed countries, there were not such issues that we are suffering in our developing countries, like in the eastern countries, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh. We are having some different kind of problems like the unavailability of internet, like the unavailability of gadgets from some of the students, illiteracy, digital illiteracy. So here are some of the benefits and opportunities by e-learning. The best benefit that I found was the self-reliance of the students, the habit, and then it also promotes the independent learning among the students by taking certain checking measures of learning authority, but it also develops study skills as the students were independent to study. So that was just a good step. It also tells them the time management skill, searching a variety of similar related material and then test preparations, and far above honesty and confidence. The basic thing is honesty and confidence, because here we are giving the students a complete screen. Now it's up to them that what they are doing. In addition, online learning develops a sense of consciousness among students that they try to maintain a sense of integrity which is necessary for their work. And last, space and time to slow learners. Like in the in-person classes, there are lots of students who don't have the ability to catch the lesson at once. In online classes, there are recording of the lectures, so the students can listen them after the class, and they can repeat the recording again and again. They can get the lesson. In Pakistan, the situation was quite pathetic, because the basic and the major thing was the illiteracy, digital illiteracy, and the unavailability of trained teachers. And that was a report of UNESCO that was shared on the forum. Problems. What were the problems of student, teachers, and parents in online classes? Here are the major problems: lack of availability of internet, knowledge of technology, and for the teachers and for students both. Unavailability of gadgets, and most top is lack of motivation. Lack of motivation in a sense that when the students have to take the lecture on the laptop or on the screen, they think that it is wastage of time and they can sleep at that time, or it's very difficult for them to sit in front of the screen and catch the lecture. Then for the teachers preparing long slide lectures and recording while staying at home, digital illiteracy, like how to take online classes on Google Meet and Zoom and other networks. So same is the case for the parents, because it was difficult for them to keep an eye on the student, on their kids, that what they are doing on the screens. Challenges and drawbacks. Here are some of the challenges, like the lecture is recorded, so the slow learners can repeat the lecture, as I have already said. Then online learning is also opportunity for students whose parents sit with them and they constantly help them to understand and comprehend the concepts. They may have helped them by telling different sides to make concept clear. The best positive aspect of online class is the time management, where the student doesn't have to take whole daily university or school. Here they can manage their time and other possible chores and they are planning to do. Then here is the biggest challenge is the availability of internet, because I was also taking classes at university level, and I found that there were some of the students who were going on the bus stop just to catch the signals of the mobile. They were from the villages and they said that they don't have the internet facility. So I discussed the things with them also, and I asked them their issues. And I mentioned over here, especially in small cities and towns. In villages, most of the students even don't have mobile signals, so they travel to take classes far away. Most of the students face poor connection issues, even though that where I am living, this is a village or rural area, and I have also sometime I have to suffer sometime the internet issues. But here is again the problem, which is availability of internet. So what can be the solution is that they can go to those places where they can find good network and take their classes. So there are some multiple solutions also. It is also discussed that lack of motivation, and lack of motivation is also causing the students are reluctant to take the advanced technology and medium of instructions, because it is an extra effort that the students have to put forward. Like they have to learn that how to take the classes on Zoom or how to take the classes on Google Meet. They are lacking in positive attitude to get motivated in playing their active role in online classes. So it also happened that the teacher is speaking for more about 2 or 3 hours, but the students are muted their mics and they just disappear from the screen, and teacher doesn't know that whether they are present in the class or not. So here are the suggestions to overcome the challenges for effective teacher learning. The first thing is that obviously the whole of the world is going to shift their business, study everything with this plethora of benefits for everyone. Yet the language teachers and all our subject teachers need to find out viable solutions to the faced problems. Technological literacy for teachers and students and change of attitude is very necessary in order to implement e-learning and get benefited from it. By giving literacy, we can encourage students to gain confidence so they can accept this change of shift from traditional face-to-face classes to online classes. And how we can give this technological literacy, that if a student is not studying the IT subjects, we can keep the some small kind of workshops in the universities and some sessions, online sessions, to teach the students that these are the applications that they must know how to learn. And even the universities are taking steps, like every university is having the LMS system that is much beneficial for the students, and they know how they have to submit the presentations. Then there can be some supplementary resources which can relate to the coming classes. It will help students to understand the weekly classes, and they should also know that this lecture is recorded and they can be take it benefit from different sources. And so, and the finally, here is a conclusion. Online learning has come into sharp focus due to COVID-19, yet it was in vogue as a supplementary part of traditional learning for years. With mask wearing and social distancing measures still in force in many countries, online learning or some form of blended learning offers the only viable answer. with a number of technological apps like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Classroom, Moodle, and so on, a new form of blended learning will evolve, which will combine the features of online learning and with face-to-face interaction. And obviously, this kind of learning would be future tending, be it fully online learning or blended. Both the students and the teachers acquire greater importance and significance. They're the ones who start the process right from planning the curriculum, designing activities based on curriculum and learning outcomes to the delivery of lessons. This is the theatrical stage for students and teachers. They need to play their part to the truest extent for the successful teaching learning to take place. A challenge always brings opportunities. This line is very important. A challenge always brings opportunities, because if we don't face this challenge, then we definitely cannot meet the future opportunities. This COVID-19 has served the education system at one side, but also showed the positive side of education system by exploring the online learning system, where every individual has to plan and learn whether he was afraid of technology using or was a lover of technology. And it also has a positive as well as negative effect. But this studies show that situation would come better in near future as the whole of world is shifting to the digital world. Here are the references, and this is all about my research. Any question, please?
Thank you very much, Ms. Sumaira Sajad, for your very nice presentation regarding the online education and its benefits, and side by side the advantages and disadvantages. Now I would like to request another presenter, Dr. Farooq Arif, but on the behalf of Dr. Farooq Arif, Engineer Mohammad Wasiuzaman from NED University, Karachi. Yes, Mohammad Wasiuzaman.
Yes, sir, yes, I'm replicating my screen. Does my presentation visible to you?
Yes, it is visible and you are also audible. Please proceed.
Okay. So I'm Mohammad Wasiuzaman. I'm a research student of Dr. Farooq Arif, who is the principal author of this study. And the title of the study is the Living Lab Concept for Sensor-Based Energy Performance Assessment of the Houses. This is the outline of my presentation. It will start from the preface, objective and scope, the literature review, and followed by the conclusion and references. So, starting with the context that around 3.5 billion people in the world, in the cities that account for the 60 to 80% of the energy consumption and 70% of the carbon emission, due to which the energy crisis are considered to stem from the year 2007 and accounts for 989 ton watt hours of total primary energy consumption in 2019. And according to the International Energy Agency report, that the domestic energy consumption of Pakistan is about 46% since 2016, and this ratio remains same till the 2019. Then energy assessment is carried out, which involves the identification of the areas which accounts for the higher energy consumption and potential spaces for the energy. Then in order realistic energy assessment of the houses were required. Then the concept that the study present is also addresses this the living lab concept. And the living lab concept is integrated with sensors technology for assessment of energy usage patterns in the existing buildings. So in this context, the objectives of the study was to provide the framework and insight for the potential improvement measures to retrofit the existing residential buildings through the living lab approach, integrate Karachi. So the literature review is divided into two parts. First I will represents the basic concepts and then the prior studies. So the energy efficient buildings. Energy efficient building is a high performing building with the least possible amount of energy consumption by maximizing the efficient use of the resources. Then energy assessment of the buildings that helps in identifying how and where the most of the energy is being consumed. Then sensors-based energy assessment that is the measurement-based method which involves the collection of the desired data through the use of sensors. The data comprises of the operational and climatic parameters of the building. Then energy audit. And energy audit is an assessment of a facility that measures current energy consumption and identify what and where cost-effective energy efficiency measures can be applied. Then living lab concept. That the living lab involves the co-creation and experimentation with the real users in the evaluation of innovation solutions, services, products, and innovative business models in real life environments. Then these are the key findings from the literature review that John adopted the living lab concept and applied the middleware approach using.
Mohammad Wasi, you have
Yes.
10 minutes. Kindly wind up your presentation as soon as possible.
Yeah, sir, I'm proceeding. I am on slide number 6.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the key findings of the literature review that John adopted the living lab concept using Link Smart middleware. Then Croxty established the general requirements for the information system supporting energy consumption, and then Diligent adopted the predictive control and optimization techniques for co-simulations. So this figure shows the common elements of the living lab concept that multi-method approach combines and customizes different users centered to co-creation methodologies to best fit their purposes. The user engagement, it is mandatory for this concept as it is rooted in this in the origin of the living lab. Then multi-stakeholder participation, like the presentation of the public and private sectors. Then real-life settings shows the specific characteristics of the living lab that it shows through thorough overview of the context in real life. Then co-creation is it is comprised of the experiment in which the users were taken as a factor rather than an actor. Then this figure shows the representing the complexity of the 4 parameters like user involvement, design research approach, research goals, and innovation outcomes. The first level offers verification of daily practices in context by means of low contact users, research and monitoring tools. Then second level, middle ring, explores and analyzes the opportunities for sustainable practices by means of design interventions. Then third level, supports user in development and evaluation of their own solution for sustainable behaviors. Then this is the framework that has been adopted in this and suggested in this study, and it is the bottom-up approach that the data was collected from the sensors from the hardware architecture. Then it was.
Can you press F5? आपकी जो screen है ना वो ज़्यादा visible हो जाएगी. F5 press कर दो ताकि पूरी screen आए. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is the bottom-up approach in which the data has been collected from sensors using the hardware architecture like electronic boards and circuits, and then the data was uploaded to the server using ICT and IoT, and then in the form of database, and that database was accessible from the web portal and mobile app, and the pictures of the sensors show as shown in the slides. These are the sample data dashboard readings that shows the collected data from sensors. So the study concludes that ICT and IoT provide immense help in furnishing the requirements of Living Lab, and the Living Lab concept was provided in realistic insights of the energy performance of the houses. And then the data collected using Living Lab approach give the chance to model the houses using realistic data more accurate. These are the references of the study. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now I would like to request our another speaker from Sir Syed University, Dr. Muhammad Imran, Head of Department Civil Engineering, Sir Syed University of Engineering and Technology, Karachi. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Imran.
Thank you, sir. I think if previous presenter quit, then I will be able to share my screen.
Yes, let me. Okay, doctor, now you can share.
Okay, is it visible to all of you?
Yes, doctor, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Muhammad Imran, Chairman, Civil Engineering Department. So since it's a virtual conference, I would like to a little bit introduce myself and my university, because after this, you will be hearing a couple of presentations from our university. So Sir Syed University, particularly Civil Engineering Department, is divided into different research clusters in which we are focusing on a specific research areas, including structural and building material, transportation, water resource and environmental engineering, and construction and building material. My particular area is structure and building material. So I will be discussing about the structure and building material. With this further division of clusters, we are focusing on targeting sustainable development goal through our research. Our final year students, our MS student, and even our faculty focusing on different research area in order to ensure that we are targeting those sustainable development goals. For structural and building material, these are the specific goals that we are targeting through different projects. So these are the some details. So as a research head, I'm also a research head of this. So what we are doing, our key area is structural fire safety, because currently in Pakistan, we have been listening, there are multiple fire accidents are occurring within the city, and we do not have proper infrastructure to protect this. We are modeling, we are trying to develop a new techniques using ETABs if we can, because our majority of engineers are using ETABS for structure designing. So this is our one of the area. Then we are also focusing on fire safety, evacuation modeling, and forensic analysis, because sometimes it is extremely difficult for any building to visualize that how the smoke or the fire is propagating from one area to another area. And currently we do not have any expertise, or at least what I know. And we don't know human behavior, how the people will evacuate the buildings. So this is the one of the area that we are focusing on. Secondly, we are also focusing on damage assessment for the existing structure and proposing a solution for the damaged structure using conventional and modern materials. The recent area that we have currently we are walking through is the rehabilitation of the historical building, but this is quite new for our cluster, but this is something that we are also interested. So overall, as a research held, we are focusing on the different issues that our buildings are facing, and we are also trying to focus on the limitations that we have and how we can overcome. So in order to give you overview of that, this is the one of the project that is going on, that the experimental investigation on structural response for bubble deck slab after localized fire exposure. So with this, I have my team with Madam Nahid Musharraf, and we have FYP student Ali Deen Ayan, Ehsan Taimur, and Basit, who will be working with me. So what was the problem that we are focusing on this study is around 3.9 million tons of plastic waste we are generating in Pakistan. And it is expected to increase 6.2 million tons by 2015 if we do not have any solution. Almost 65% waste that we are producing in Pakistan is the plastic waste. So we should need a proper solution, or at least some portion of that plastic waste should be utilized as a building material. So targeting with this, we know that every day we our small choices are generating a lot of waste. If we are just for being a consumer, we are taking a different items that involve plastic packaging, and these plastic packages, even sometime one-time use, ended up with the landfill in ocean, and sometimes leave it as it is in a to open environment. Approximately 450 years it's required for plastic to decompose. It's mean that the plastic waste that is available within your eye view or within your room or wherever you're sitting, that plastic is going to decompose after 450 years. So we need a proper solution for this. The second problem that we are facing is the CO2 emission. Almost every 10 kg of bag induce or causing a 9 kgs of CO2 emission into the environment. So which is quite huge. Our construction industry is producing that much carbon. So with this two problem, we thought that why don't we just focus with the one project and see how it goes. So bubble deck slab is usually we are trying to remove a part of the concrete from the slab. Slab is not the structural member that is not taking that much lateral loads, but it is causing a lot of weight, dead weight of the structure, and it is further increasing the base shear of the structure. So we have started with the slab system, that what if we are removing a chunk of slab and see how much it will reduce. So bubble deck slab technology, it's not that much old, but it is something that we are using, but due to lack of knowledge, we are not commonly using in our construction. So the first successful study was conducted on the bubble deck slab was in Netherlands and Millennium Tower. So they save cost, construction time, and flexibility. They have some relaxation in the different areas where they do not need to transport a heavy or mass concreting into the different areas. So the objective, we have three objectives with this research. Is first to investigate what is the actual structural response after fire exposure. Because if we are using it bubble deck slab in a home, it will not give us that much cost saving. But if we are producing it mass, then definitely it will give us a huge saving. But mass means that we have to applying this technology into the industry, and there we have fire exposure that definitely we could not compromise with the structural safety. So the first objective was that. Then the second one, that how we want to see that how much the amount of energy or the cost we are going to save with this, and then what is the CO2 emission that we are reducing from our earth. So it's a simple concept. Suppose we have a 7-inch concrete slab, and if we are putting 4.5 inches in diameter of ball, it will somehow reduce the amount of the concrete. How much it will save, I'll compare in my upcoming slides. So first, let me explain two terminologies. Currently, one is high density polyethylene. That is the material that we are using for our milk jugs or detergent, cosmetic, or household cleaning bottles. They are commonly used. They are slightly hard compared to polytetrapethylene, which is quite soft, which you can use for your disposable water bottles or some of the food packaging. Here we are using HDPE, high density polyethylene. The reason behind this, it because when we are pouring concrete, it will not smash easily. It has some strength that hold that the weight of the concrete, and it is chemically resistant. And the second thing is that it is a byproduct of the petroleum industry, which is also quite common, and it has a good temperature resistance compared to the soft bottles that we are using as a plastic waste. The second challenge that we come up across with this, that we do not have a proper manufacturing system where we can manufacture or redevelop these things. So I have this video that's showing that we went to the local manufacturer to ask them that we need that much dia and we have to cast this ball. So for him, it's quite easy compared to us. And he generated a lot of waste material into a reusable bubble deck slab balls. Because if we are importing from outside, it is extremely costly. And we do not have that much, because we are trying to make it economical, and we do not want to go for the high-end solution. So this is the solution that our student generated. Okay, these are the normal procedure. Other than that, the casting is exactly same. There is no special requirement needed for casting bubble deck slabs. Then the second challenge we faced was we do not have a proper fire labs in Pakistan. Currently one is in NAD, but it's still under construction. I hope it will finish soon. But then we decided that why don't we go for the localized fire that is common in any building, because under control environment, we can control anything. But in open environment, that's a usual case for fire. So we set up a small experimental program in which we expose our slab from one side within the calculated heat, that how it will react. So these are some of the experimental procedure that we have followed, that we exposed our slab with fire and see that actually I have a lot of findings with this, but I'm not going to share with this because of limited time. Because this behavior gave us a lot of new aspect, that what will happen when we are exposing fire, we are exposing our slab to localized fire. And testing is going to be conducted, and some part is already done into the NAD University lab. So I would like to thank you for them to support this study. Then we see that how much the cost we are saving from cement, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate. You can see that the amount is reducing, but when it come up with the HDPE balls, the cost is increasing. The main reason, you would say that you're trying to reduce the cost and then you're increasing the cost. The reason is that we do not have a proper manufacturing facility that is producing in mass, but overall the cost is increasing. If we are going to implement the same technique for the large industrial building, then it will save significant amount of the cost. And definitely for that, if we are started producing HDPE balls, then definitely it will reduce the plastic waste as well as reduce the cost of the manufacturing. We also compare that how much the CO2 will save through this study, and we found that all the differences CO2 is for every for the conventional slab, let's say it is generating 26 kg into the environment. Now the bubble deck slab will reduce to 3% or not 3%, almost 7% to the CO2 emission, or the difference is 3. So this is how since it's a quite small 4 by 4 feet slab, so that much if we are saving, it's mean that for mass construction we are saving significant amount of we are reducing significant amount of CO2 emission into the environment. Secondly, through hydration process, heat is released into the environment, which will further cause global warming through construction activity. It will also reduce. About the strength, when we compare to the conventional slab and the bubble deck slab, the ultimate strength was not that much affected. Even it's almost nearly same. So when we compare bubble deck slab with the conventional slab, the initial cracking moment was decreased by 13%, but the yield strength increased by 3%, and the ultimate strength was decreased 0.6%, which is quite less compared to what we are trying to achieve. So these are the references, and thank you for your attention. If you have any question, feel free to ask.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your very nice presentation on
Thank you, sir.
Utilization of materials, waste materials, especially the plastic waste and the concrete. And it is a need of the time.
Yeah,
now
indeed.
I would like to request participant if they have any questions, so you may ask from Dr. Imran. Now I would like to request another speaker from Sir Syed University on the behalf of Dr. Syed Muzammil, Mr. Azhar will present his presentation. Azhar, are you there?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Okay, now try to share your presentation.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. I
Yes.
hope I am audible enough to the entire
Yes,
presenter.
Yes, you are audible. You may proceed.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Today here on this platform, I am representing my university and foremost my FYP coordinator, Dr. Syed Muzammil Shah. So today, as we know, the environmentally friendly structures and building and the concepts of integrated rainwater harvesting techniques are the imperative need of the time. So today we will be discussing about one of the innovative approaches that a student, engineer, or a researcher can implement in his studies and then in his construction. The main objectives of this study is to study the green building parameters which are being practiced in the rain shed areas and how roof or the slabs can be used to the effectiveness of that area or that of a building, and to present a proper layout how rainwater could be used effectively and store rainwater. As the study is focused on green building parameters and the one of the green building parameters states that we have to maximize the use of the potential rainwater or the water that can be reclaimed. The third objective is to design an innovative roof focusing on the rainwater harvesting approach. So our scope of work would be around the design standards of the Pakistan Green Building Guidelines, practical water storage and reuse techniques, and material integrations and how a sustainable material can cost us a little more or be in our benefit. As we know, the UN sustainability goals, as discussed by Dr. Imran, were among the foremost need of the time, and every engineer or every researcher is trying to focus his study towards the sustainable development goals and integrating them in their studies and visual presentations. So if we just look at our presentation or at our project, so it would be revolving around the sustainability goals of clean water and sanitation, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production. So let me introduce to the topic, what is rainwater harvesting? Rainwater is the water which in most countries just go past the gutters and cannot be used again. But most of the countries focusing on these techniques, which are Japan, USA, Australia, provide handsome incentives to the public who are focusing on rainwater harvesting and developing their structured or a one-story or two-story house according to the area and how they can accumulate or minimize water loss. And the same rainwater can be used in washing, car washing, toilet, and other purposes. Rainwater harvesting is one of the techniques which is used in Malaysia and the areas where the rainfall intensity is above 100 millimeters. And for as I have talked about the rainfall intensity, let me show you the graphs of the recent data of the Met Department of Pakistan, will show the 300% increase in the rainfall intensity of Sindh. As we know, as the rainfall increases, it brings us urban flooding, which causes structural damages, road damages, and it impacts the network of telecommunication and the process of living of the people. As there is a 300% increase just in Sindh, we can see on the first graph. So rainwater harvesting or any other technique which can be used to catch or use the rainwater to its effectiveness can be the one of the implementations an engineer or an architect can do in his upcoming designs. These are few of the diagrams which portray us that how a rainwater harvesting technique can be used, and these all are taken from, and these all images are taken from the previous research papers. And rainwater harvesting is not a new concept. It is a very old concept which has been practiced by the farmers, peasants, and the landowners who knew to store rainwater to its effectiveness. These are some of the vivid examples of the rainwater harvesting. And to harvest rainwater, we do not only need a roof. We can try using it within ground also, making ponds and ensure that the ponds are in a tough landscape as the water might penetrate to the soil. So these are few of the rainwater harvesting techniques are used by the farmers to their effectiveness. But while practicing in the urban areas like Karachi or Sindh or Hyderabad, we must ensure that the groundwater techniques cannot be focused entirely due to the parameters. However, we can use our deck slab or the roof to our effectiveness. During our ongoing final year project, as my objective stated, that we would be designing a green building house with a rainwater harvested roof. So these were some of the idea and concept proposed by me and my group members, that how would a green building or a greenhouse would look like with the rainwater harvesting technique. So let me get you through it. The images shown are from the SketchUp, which proposed my idea and design. According to my design, the roof would be entitled to solar panels to create maximum in energy use. Secondly, you would be seeing some visible core cuts. The core cuts would be having a dia of 4 inches and a depth of 6 inches. These core cuts are presented all along the roof on a specific area, and they would be ensured that they are made waterproof using the waterproofing materials to avoid the strength relocation of the slab. Once the water penetrates through these core cuts, it can be stored under a temporary catchment and then be transported to the underground or overhead water tanks, depending upon the design presented by the MEP engineer. These are some of the sketches from the AutoCAD and how would the roof would be looking like. So once you are done applying the core cuts on your deck slab or the last level, you can use an efficient waterproofing and gripping material to ensure that the water doesn't penetrate through the concrete. And the rainwater implementation using the core cut method isn't just limited to this, and we are moving ahead with its transportation and the relocation of the water, and how can it be used to the effectiveness once it is stored in the temporary facility, which would be inside the house and named as a see-through box in which the water would be falling. These are a few of the illustrations we got from the software we have integrated to recognize the flow and the volume that the rainwater harvesting through the core cuts method would be utilizing. The software we have worked on is Flow 3D, and it depicts how a certain amount of volume, as in the form of discharge of the rainfall, can be gathered or can be seen penetrating through the core cuts and into the temporary box, also known as a transparent drop panel, which would be on the internal side of the ceiling. So this is a pretty decent concept, and as per the research of me and my FYP coordinator, Dr. Muzammil, this specific research hasn't been implemented anywhere in the world. So we are expecting this to be more efficient to the use of engineers, architects, and MEP designers. These are some of the references from where we covered our literature review, but focusing on the word rainwater harvesting itself, many of the Asian countries, including Bangladesh, India, Malaysia, Japan, and most of the European countries, including Germany, USA, and other potential countries have already made a significant investment in their rainwater harvesting systems, which are implemented by local people and not by the governmental organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Azhar. Very nice presentation. And now I would like to invite another speaker from Sir Syed University, Nahid Musharraf.
Yes, sir, I have joined it. Let me share my presentation. Are you listening to me?
Yes, it's okay. You may proceed.
It's early morning in UK. I am currently residing in Gloucester, England. So the presentation, the title of the research is Green Concrete by Partial Replacement of Cement with the incorporation of various supplementary cementitious materials a sustainable approach. Actually, this is the biggest challenge for this world, actually especially in the coronavirus pandemic. And the authors of this research is Engineer Nahid Musharraf. I am working as a senior lecturer in the Civil Engineering Department of Sir Syed University of Engineering and Technology. Engineer Madiha Shamim, she is also lecturer in the Civil Engineering Department of Sir Syed University, and Dr. Muhammad Sajid Ali Asghar, he is the assistant professor in the Material Engineering Department of NED University of Engineering and Technology. So let's move to the basic reason of making this project. So the major background of this research is that I saw lots of waste in our areas, in Pakistan especially. So Pakistan generates nearly about 48.5 million tons of industrial waste a year, which has been increasing more than 2% annually. It is estimated that 87,000 tons of waste is generated per day, mostly from major metropolitan areas. Most of the waste can be recycled in different sectors. In civil engineering, some of these waste can be utilized as supplementary cementitious material. As I am residing in the UK, so I have seen that they are providing, there are 3 types of bins, and they segregate the waste from the household, not from the rubbish landfill sites or not from the garbage area. But the normal practice in Pakistan is that scavengers segregates the waste materials. So let's see what is the basic motivation behind this. When I have seen that waste generation per day in tons in different cities of Pakistan, so this is the actual amount of waste generation per day. And I have taken this data from this www.trade.government country commercial guides Pakistan waste management, and it is published in the year 2019. So if you can see how much waste we are generating in a day, even you can see in most of the cities of Pakistan. So this is the biggest challenge for the Pakistan, and especially the researchers, to decrease this amount. So what we have to do, we should have to utilize this amount into construction industry and other areas as well. So I am moving towards the what are the challenges we have to target in the sustainable development goals. So the aim of this project is that we have to target the goal 3, to provide the good health to the human being. And the 9th one, industry, innovation and infrastructure. 11th, sustainable cities and communities. Then 12th one is the responsible consumption and production. What we have to do, we have to reduce the amount of natural resources because it is limited. Obviously it will vanish one day. So what we have to do, we have to utilize the amount in the different sectors that we are generating in the form of waste on the daily basis. And what we normally the waste dumped underwater as well, and sometimes we throw rubbish in the water, so it obviously it is harmful for the aquatic life as well. And life on land is also in effect if we are generating waste. So it is creating problem for the people who are living on the land and the animals as well. So these are the target areas of the sustainable development goals by doing this research. So how do we select different waste materials for this project? So we have done reading of the previous research papers as well. So we have seen which materials are in the research paper providing the good compressive strength, and that is also economical in the Karachi as well, and which is also easily available in Karachi. So we don't have to go in other cities to purchase that amount because it will come under the transportation cost. So we have selected fly ash category class C. It is a residue resulting from combustion of powdered coal. Coal used in industries and power plants are good sources of fly ash. Marble dust powder, it is settled by sedimentation and dumped away, which results in environmental pollution. Obviously, it is harmful for human and agriculture. and animals as well. Rice husk ash, RHA, we can also say this. Rice husk ash produced in large quantity, obviously, it is organic waste, and it is the byproduct of rice mills, agro-based biomass industries. Rice husk is basically the cellulose-based fiber. So you can see all the three materials are how does it like, because it is available in Karachi and it is easily we can purchase it. So it is accessible. So we have selected these three materials for the as a waste material to replace the amount of cement, to reduce the natural amount of natural resources, and we have to utilize the waste material in the concrete. So without compromising the compressive strength of the concrete. The main objectives of the projects are to evaluate effect of replacing the cement by waste materials used in the concrete, study compressive strength of concrete under varying percentages of waste material. So we have selected the different percentages of the waste material in the for the addition in the concrete by reading different research papers and make the cement economical. Obviously, the cost of the cement is high. And these are some research papers which we have studied. I have not included too much papers over here because of less time. So that's why I'm discussing here. There are some research papers in which we were getting good compressive strength by partial replacement of cement with the fly ash, even rice husk ash. So they get a considerable increase in the compressive strength ranges. So what are the material properties? So if I will discuss the class C fly ash, we have seen that the class C fly ash was providing the good compressive strength in the past papers. So we have selected this, and it is also easily available in the Pakistan, Karachi as well. It's a pozzolanic material, finely grained material, reacts with lime to form compounds having cementitious properties. It's a residue resulting from combustion of powdered coal. Coal used in industries and power plants are good sources of fly ash. Physical properties of fly ash, they gain quality gradually and require storing over drawn out time frame. The long haul quality is high, used for streamlining the utilization of concrete. Use of good quality fly debris lessen the water request. With water decrease, draining and shrinkage will lessen. So we should know the properties of physical and chemical properties of the material, waste materials as well. Otherwise, sometimes it will have a negative effect when it reacts with the cement. So we have to check out this. So we have to check out the constituents or chemical characteristics of the fly ash as well. So you can see the chemical composition of fly ash in this slide as well. Let me discuss about the marble dust powder. It is the largest weight produced in the stone industry during cutting, molding, and polishing of marble. So marble powder has commonly used for different purposes like flooring, cladding, etc. Marble dust is settled by sedimentation, as I already told you in the previous slide, that it is dumped away, which results in environmental pollution. Obviously, it is very harmful for human health as well, and it can create issues and diseases of like sinusitis, laryngitis, pharyngitis. So sources of marble powder is the main marble industry, where during marble cutting or shaping, marble powder dust originates. The physical properties of marble dust powder, you can see specific gravity of marble powder is 2.63, and it is white in color, and it is obviously in the powder form. It is odorless, and normally it has a moisture content at 60%.
Excuse
So
me.
the hardness 0.60%, and hardness of marble dust powder or Mohr circle is 3. Water absorption capacity of marble dust powder is 0.97%. So we should know that these chemical properties and physical properties of the marble dust powder before the addition in the concrete.
Excuse me, Nahid,
So
can you please
this is the
conclude?
Yes.
Can you please conclude?
Okay, time is up.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So these are some physical properties, and the experimental investigation, what we have done, we have used this. And these are some pictures of experimental investigation. And you can see in this graph that compressive strength is coming higher at 20% on 28 days of curing. And compressive strength of marble powder is higher at the 10%, but we are getting maximum compressive strength of the fly ash at 20%. So on marble powder is having compressive strength is more than at 10%. But we have done the study on the economy as well. So we have seen that the cost is reduced at 20% of fly ash as well. So this is the conclusion in which we can see the fly ash fulfills all the requirement of a good supplementary cementitious materials in terms of strength and economical aspects in comparison with marble powder and rice husk ash. So we would like to acknowledge Department of Civil Engineering, Sir Syed University of Engineering Technology, Karachi for the support it provided and to those who guided us for the completion of this experimental investigation. These are some references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nahid, for your very nice presentation. Actually, it's my field of interest.
Actually,
I'm also working on the
speaking long time. I practice it to reduce the presentation for 10 minutes.
It's
I
okay,
didn't get
but overall, it's very nice presentation. It's my humble request. If you have time, so kindly email me this presentation for my record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to request our another presenter, Afshan Ahmed Siddiqui from Sir Syed University of Engineering and Technology, Karachi. Afshan Ahmed Siddiqui from Sir Syed University of Engineering and Technology. Afshan, are you there? Please unmute your mic.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, and now you are audible. You may start, please.
Can you listen me?
Yes, you may please proceed.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum to all. I'm Afshan Siddiqui from Sir Syed University of Technology. I am here to present a presentation about the sustainable material for engineering applications with my co-author Amber Afshan, Arsalan Saeed, and Daniel Ahmed. The main outline of my presentation is sustainability with the loop of circular economy effect on it, and the sustainable materials we can use it, and the sustainable advanced manufacturing technologies we have around the globe, and which what we can do with the construction sector as we have all civil engineer, and the conclusion. The next slide includes the sustainability. As we all know, the fastest growing threat of the circular chain has raised to take the pandemic action in order to protect our nation world heritage. In this regard, the UN take a significant step to address this serious issue and establish 2030 agenda for sustainable development by UN. UN set 17 goals which all countries have to act upon for sustainable development. One is the good consumption and production of their goals. In the current situation, it is carried to take into account for all field need to encourage and sustainable development for safe growth. I would like to add that engineering is now an existing for new development. All engineering products need to be designed in the way that it can be recycled so that the leads to zero waste in order to minimize their environmental impact and truly assist cradle to cradle approach. In this presentation, the potential use of sustainable material for widely that they can be proceed and recycled to convert into value added product will be delivered. The discussion is facilitated by the overgiving and investigate have already be carried out related to the sustainable material selection for different engineering applications. We have a circular economy is a regenerated economy, and it is now globally growing vast field. It aims to take several issues at once by designing out waste, reducing resourceability and technical climate change. In the COVID section, circular economy has been changed. COVID consume human suffering, disability to global economy, and impending the lives of billions of people around the globe. We have to manage the current and future situation in the COVID area without sacrificing circularity. Our goal must be in line with UN Sustainable Development Goals. From the design phase to the end of the cycle, companies are designed to require their product to eliminate waste from the to remanufacture and repair and resolve and recycle into new product. It is estimated to a circular model can produce 1.8 trillion US dollar globally in saving jobs and new business in this pandemic. We have so many sustainable materials, innovative sustainable material for different engineering applications. We have fiber reinforced polymers such as carbon fiber, glass fiber, armed and basalt, heat corrosion and fatigue resistant, much longer reef cycle, lightweight, potential application in automotive and aerospace, reduction of fuel consumption, CO2 emissions, and sustained goal environment, improve quality of human life. In construction sector, suitable material and sustainable materials are primary engineering consumer for greenhouse effect gas emitter, energy investive material, brick, cement, steel, aluminum, plastic items, paint, polished stone, and ceramic products. Prevention of global warming and resultant climate change. Need of sustainable projects to apply sustainable principle in order to reduce energy, water, and resource consumptions. We have sustainable structures and building. Green buildings are now very much in construction. We have used glazing system, green building, glazed glass system. Everywhere we use these type of systems. In construction sector, plastic and plastic goods are also we need over here. So for the sustainable material, we employ a building suitable construction material for building and structure. Most of the engineering sediment based in transport on landers support to disposal, which also occupied large land and resources and causing safety concern due to excessive accumulation. So we have now the engineering sediment base can be recycled with the mechanical treatment. In this cancellation of particularly sustainable cement purpose of mortar for construction application. The development of provide office research recycle scheme of engineering sediment based on vast scale and contribute to sustainable construction waste management. In northern countries, due to severe cold weather, we have in cold weather the construction season is limited, so we have to use alkaline. SSA is a product which is alkaline alkali based system. We use that based a high strength 1 part alkali activated blast furnace slag, which we can use against construction is carried out sub-zero temperature without the need of supplementary heated system. It has been found that the lower the curing temperature of the room temperature, the harder property of alkali activated blast furnace slag AAS was significantly improved. We use cold and wasted and recycled RA concrete, mortar containing recycling sediment, and recycled brick powder. Recycled brick powder is the another sustainable material which is used in the brick paste, is a major part of solid waste generated by the construction and demolition activities of the world, and it is and its disposal consume land and pollute the environment. So grinding the brick into the recycled powder and using it instead of cement to produce sustainable uh, material is considered a feasible method. It is therefore considered a potential new material for placing Portland cement in cement paste material. The utilization of brick waste material is not only save a large amount of, but also reduce the dependence of the concrete industry in Portland cement. It claims the sustainability in construction material and promote prospects and worldwide. We have concluded my presentation by coordination worldwide, and we to attain the UN sustainability goal in 2030 agenda, which given 17 goals, which can preserving environment, development, consumption of sustainable material to achieve circularity, zero waste management for proceeding. All over the universities or researchers have to be collaborate with each other, more investment in sustainability research for the development. This can be helpful for the sustainable use of sustainable material in the construction industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Afshan Siddiqui from Sir Syed University. Thank you very much for your very nice presentation. Now I would like to turn mics towards the participant. If they have any question, you may ask. If there is no question, so I would like to take opportunity to invite another speaker from Sir Syed University, Madiha Shamim. On the behalf of Madiha Shamim, Hira Shakil as a co-author will present. Hira Shakil, are you there?
Assalamu alaikum. Sir, Wahajuddin will continue as a co-author.
Okay, Wahajuddin. Okay, I would like to welcome Wahajuddin to present his presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. I will be sharing my screen. Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, yes. You may proceed, please.
Oh. The topic of our research work is installation of pervious concrete in Pakistani infrastructure. The authors who have contributed to this research work are Ms. Madiha Shamim, Ms. Hira Shakil, Wahaj Khan, that would be me, and Shamir Aslam Khan. Starting with the background. Pakistan, particularly Karachi city, has faced many difficulties and snags arising from stormwater stagnant on streets and empty lots. There is dire need to mitigate this crisis by provision of pervious concrete. Pervious concrete pavement has been used extensively all around the world because of its unique advantages like road drainage system, reduction of wheel and pavement noises, skid resistance, recharging of underground water table, curbing stormwater runoff, and limiting the pollutants to enter the groundwater. There is a necessity to control the rainwater runoff by introducing the pervious concrete for major drainage systems, footpaths, sidewalks, parking lots, and pavements in Pakistan. The strength and permeability characteristics of pervious concrete is of prime importance. Due to unique features, pervious concrete may require special testing procedures, also like compaction and consolidation. Pervious concrete is porous concrete, which consists of cement, water, coarse aggregate, and little or no fine aggregate. Pervious concrete generally owns high permeability and low compressive strength, which can be enhanced by the addition of various cementitious materials and or admixtures. The ordinary Portland cement acts as a main binder, and cementitious materials like fly ash, blast furnace slag, and silica fume and water-reducing admixtures can be used with Portland cement. The 5 trial batches were prepared with varying curing period, mixed design ratio, water to cement ratio, percentage of fine aggregate content, and the size of coarse aggregate to investigate the compressive strength. Now, moving on to the problem statement. The drainage system of any city is one of the major engineering systems of urban sewage and wastewater transportation and drainage. It is a main system to protect the city from flood damage and waterlogging, which can cause unforeseen loss and distress. Pervious concrete will permit infiltration and percolate the stormwater to the subbase or possibly groundwater. This successively can limit the spread of waterborne diseases after rain, keeping streets clean and safe from the dangers of electrocution and loss of life. Portland cement pervious concrete is increasingly being used in the United States in parking lots and sidewalks because it provides benefits in reducing rainwater runoff and improves water quality. Many researchers investigated compressive strength of pervious concrete with the relationship of different properties like water cement ratio, aggregate cement ratio, aggregate size, quantity of admixtures, and compaction. Now, what are the objectives of our study? To investigate the compressive strength of pervious concrete with the relationship of different properties like water cement ratio, aggregate size, quantity of admixtures, and compaction through literature review. The main goal is to find most suitable pervious concrete ratio at which the compressive strength is optimal. The rate of seepage is adequate for drainage purpose. An experimental study was conducted on 12 batches of pervious concrete according to American Concrete Institute ACI guideline. To study the effect of aggregate gradations with other controlling factors to obtain adequate engineering properties of pervious concrete. Now moving on to the experimental work. In this study, 5 trial batches were prepared with varying curing period, mixed design ratio, water to cement ratio, percentage of fine aggregate content, and the size of coarse aggregate to investigate the compressive strength. The first trial batch was comprised of 9 cylinder samples, 3 of each curing days like 7, 14, 20 days. The second trial batch was comprised of samples with varying concrete mixed design ratios, that is 1:4, 1:5, and 1:6, in which the ratio of cement was fixed, but the ratio of coarse aggregate was varying. Moreover, third round of trial batches conducted by varying the water to cement ratio with water cement ratio 0.25, 0.35, and 0.45 respectively with 28 days curing period. The small percentage of fine aggregate was added for the fourth trial batch. The fifth and the last trial batch was done with varying size of coarse aggregate while keeping the other factors constant. That is mixed design ratio as 1:4, water cement ratio was 0.4, and curing period of 28 days. Furthermore, the slab having dimensions of 2 feet by 1 foot and 4 inches in depth was also provided with mixed proportion 1:4, 1:5, and 1:6 to calculate the infiltration rate of the pervious concrete. Here in figure 1, we can see a pervious concrete slab which is being prepared for an infiltration test. Now I would like to show you a video. This video here shows us the infiltration test. The infiltration test is conducted by using an apparatus which consists of infiltration ring, a pervious concrete slab, a 5-liter bottle of water, and a stopwatch. Here, as you can see, the water is clearly being drained from the pervious concrete slab. I'm moving on to the next slide. In the next slide, we can see the results of the test conducted on pervious concrete. Trial batch 1 shows us that by increasing curing period, the strength also increases. Trial batch 2 shows us that by increasing the amount of coarse aggregate, the strength of the pervious concrete slab decreases. Whereas in trial batch 3, we can see that by increasing water cement ratio, the strength of the pervious concrete slab is decreasing, as the workability is also increasing. Trial batch 4 shows us that by introducing a minimal amount of fine aggregate, the strength of pervious concrete slab increases. Moving on to the fifth trial batch. The fifth trial batch shows us that the smaller size of coarse aggregate, the higher the strength of pervious concrete. Trial batch 6 shows that the infiltration rate increases as the ratio of coarse aggregate increases in a mixed design ratio. Now moving on to the next slide, which is the conclusion of our presentation. The mixed design ratio with higher cement to aggregate content like 1:6 is considered durable for pavements requiring less compressive strength but higher infiltration rate, whereas the lower cement to aggregate ratio like 1:4 showed higher compressive strength and lower infiltration rate. Lower the water cement ratio, the higher the compressive strength, with less workability, making it difficult to work with pervious concrete. Higher the water cement ratio, although having less compressive strength, but gives more workable pervious concrete slab. Introducing small percentage of fine aggregate to the pervious concrete, although increased the strength, but closed some of the pores, and hence slowed down the infiltration of water through the pavement. The smaller the size of porous aggregate showed greater compressive strength as well as produced higher infiltration rate as compared to larger size aggregate. On to the acknowledgement part, I would like to acknowledge that we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to the Department of Civil Engineering, Sir Syed University of Engineering and Technology, Karachi, and to those who assisted in the completion of experimental work of our research. Here are the references which we use for our research work. Thank you.
Very much for your very nice presentation on pervious concrete. Now I would like to request participant if they have any questions, so you may ask question from Mr. Wahaj. On the behalf of participants, may I ask one question?
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, in nutshell, just tell us what is the overall benefit of this pervious concrete?
The benefit of pervious concrete is, as you can see in Karachi, where whenever it rains, the water becomes stagnant. It accumulates on the streets. It cannot it cannot penetrate our slabs of the pavement on the roads or wherever in the parks, on the parking lots, wherever. So the pervious concrete advantage is that it is porous. So it will let the water penetrate itself very easily and accumulate in the groundwater table.
But when you use this pervious concrete with the RCC,
yes.
Then when the water passes from the concrete, it affects the reinforcement bars. Especially if you are living in Karachi, and if we built a building with the pervious concrete, then inside the concrete there are the steel bars. If the water containing chloride will touch the steel bars, it affects the steel bars and corrosion starts. So
yes, you're right about that part, but we are not going to use pervious concrete in a slab which contains steel bars. It will generally be used on the side curbs, or as you can see in DHA, you have seen gutter slabs which do not have any kind of reinforcement. So
it can only be used as a PCC.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, Wahaj. Very nice presentation. And after the conference, kindly email me this presentation because this is very nice presentation.
Okay, surely I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to ask another presenter, Ms. Afia Amin from the Fatima Jana Women University. Now I would like to request Afia Amin from Fatima Jana Women University to please present.
Sir, my screen is visible?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yes, you may start, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Afia Amin, student of Department of Business Administration and Management Sciences at Fatima Jana Women University. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of second IMDC conference and Dr. Sajid for giving me this opportunity to present my research work titled as Green Human Capital and Green Human Resource Management as Critical Factors for Organizational Competitive Advantage. In the contemporary period, both researchers and practitioners have greatly invested in the idea of greening. The escalation of sustainability threats across the globe also led organizations which are increasingly green and competitive to follow environmental practices. Due to the availability of a broad pool of experience and talent in emerging economies, human resources are the main focus for businesses from different industries worldwide. Companies that invest various assets and energy in green human capital not only comply with strict international environmental legislation, they also eventually gain a competitive advantage. So businesses have begun to build a strong green reputation by attracting adequate talent to support the environment, which leads towards competitive advantage. We have proposed a framework on basis of our variables, and to support that framework, we have used resource-based view theory, which is a tactical way of describing what strategic instruments a company has to use to sustainably acquire a competitive advantage. This theory stresses that important heterogeneous immobile tools will be distributed quickly and effectively to support the strategic advantage of the organization. On basis of this theory, corporate tools such as sustainability management, green processes, and green workers that are hard to falsify help companies use resources that can further sustainably strengthen their competitive edge. I have selected this topic, this domain for my research work because of many reasons. Green human capital and green human resource management are basically overlooked research fields in Pakistan, but at the same time, these both fields are very important research areas for researchers to follow. Because Pakistan is the host of many climatic issues, for example, air pollution, soil erosion, natural hazards, and global warming. And many factories, manufacturers, and hospitals dispose of their waste in the rivers. As the management of waste, environmental literacy, knowledge, and environmentally friendly staff, green practices, and green design steps are missing. Because of these environmental issues, and environmental conciseness is very relevant in neighborhoods, human resources, and industries alike. As stakeholders will resolve these environmental issues, and forcing corporate leaders to support proactive environmental policies to minimize environmental change. The basic problem was that in the service sector, healthcare is considered as an important service provider and is area of focus among institutions concerned with environmental issues because of the waste produced by this sector. Organizations use green human capital and green human resource management to build environmentally friendly human capital and to give awareness to stakeholders about environmental activities and build a relationship with them on basis of green concept, which leads towards competitive advantage. And furthermore, the recent literature on green human capital and green human resource management is predominantly Western. That's why I have, on basis of these problems, I have selected this topic. These are some objectives of my study. And this slide presents the methodology which I have used throughout my whole research work. Basically, my study was quantitative in nature, and I have used online questionnaire survey, which was distributed to different hospitals of Punjab through different mediums, such as emails, WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram, etc. According to Punjab Health Department, Pakistan, there are 1899 hospitals in Punjab, and by using convenient sampling technique, I have taken data from those hospitals which were conveniently accessible, such as CMH Rawalpindi, Shifa International Hospital, Islamabad, Nishtar Hospital, Multan, and Indus Hospital, Muzaffargarh, etc. We have selected this sample on basis of two reasons, such as studies relevant to green concept in the healthcare sector are very limited, especially in our country's context. Secondly, in our country, many hospitals are disposing of their waste in rivers, and management staff as well as healthcare professionals are not very committed to the preservation of natural resources. Hence, we selected this sample to analyze the knowledge and awareness of healthcare professionals about green human capital and green human resource management. After collecting data, we have analyzed this data to generate results by using statistical package for social sciences software. This was our proposed framework of my research, in which all the relationships are shown. On basis of this framework, we have proposed 5 hypotheses. And to assess the status of these hypotheses, we have selected software of statistical package for social sciences. And this slide shows the results of according to these hypotheses, in which hypothesis 1, 2, and 3, which are showing the direct relationships of green human capital and competitive advantage, green human capital and green human resource management, and green human resource management and competitive advantage. We have analyzed these hypotheses by running the regression analysis test, and according to these results, it is shown that all these hypotheses are supported because our values are significant, p values are significant, and the fourth hypothesis shows the mediation relationship of green human resource management between green human capital and competitive advantage. And according to the results of hypothesis 4, this hypothesis was also supported. But according to the results of hypothesis 5, our moderation hypothesis was not supported, and it was rejected. So conclusively, organizations are moving towards the changing shift of international economy and started to involve green practices as part of their organizations. Competitive advantage is considered as the main factor in determining the performance of organizations, and to achieve it, resources must be rare and difficult to imitate by rivals. Green human capital and green human resource management are considered as major resources which will eventually bring competitive advantage to organizations. This study emphasizes on the importance of green human capital and green human resource management for healthcare professionals to adopt, and they should be aware of the advantages of adaptation of green human capital and green human resource management. Moreover, they should recognize and support their role in environmental management as well as organizational sustainable competitive advantage. And by using this platform, I would like to pay my deepest gratitude to my supervisor, Ma'am Umer Ubab, lecturer at the Department of Business Administration and Management Sciences at Fatma Jinnah Women University, and my co-supervisor, Dr. Saika Qureshi, HOD and PhD scholar at the Department of Business Administration at Fatma Jinnah Women University. I would also like to pay my deepest gratitude to my Department of Business Administration and to Fatma Jinnah Women University for their support throughout my whole research process. Thank you. Jazakallah.
Thank you very much, Afia Amin, for your very nice presentation from Fatma Jinnah Women University. Now we have another guest speaker from Begum Nasrat Bhutto Women University, Dr. Peer Sohail Sarhandi. Please welcome Dr. Peer Sohail Sarhandi, Associate Professor, Begum Nasrat Bhutto University, Sakhar. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sajad Mangi. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Could you please give me the access to share my slides?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, now you may please.
Okay. Hope I'm visible to everyone and
yes.
Audible to everyone.
Yes, Doctor, you are audible as well as your presentation is visible. You may please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much for Mute Harpo giving me the chance to give a talk. As we all know, we have limited time, so I just want to go through my presentation a little bit faster so that we have more time to interact. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask the questions at the end of the session. So the talk, as I'm moving forward, the title of my talk is Old Mindset and New Practices. I'm sure it is self-explanatory what I am going to talk about. I've been hearing the presentation since yesterday. Different speakers have been giving really thought-provoking ideas, wonderful research areas. They have been talking about different fields when it comes to technology, especially after COVID-19 and the situation we are into. So my talk is also related to this. It is basically while COVID and post-COVID scenario, and what are the opportunities, the challenges, and what has happened to the entire educational system after COVID. So let's start. If you have any questions, please do write it down in your chat box so that at the end, I'll be able to answer your questions. Moving forward, first of all, I want to talk about what has transformed during our COVID-19 situation, especially when it comes to the classroom teaching or the classroom infrastructure. Let's see, like I have pointed out a few things. It could be interesting to discuss those things, and then I'll have a critical eye over the entire educational process or the system happening in Pakistan. First picture, if you can see, because of the COVID-19, our bedrooms have become like teaching offices. Almost every teacher is teaching from home. So the first transformation was, as I have seen, was moving from a school building, moving from classroom to your home. So it's more like a working at home or working from home kind of situation. When you're working from home, obviously your bedrooms become your teaching offices. It doesn't mean bedroom means only one bedroom. I'm just talking about, it could be your living room, it could be your dining room, it could be your study room as well. So basically we have moved our teaching from a school to our bedrooms. Then if you see another thing that has changed from Blackboard, it has become the laptops. Like laptops have really replaced the blackboards during COVID and even after COVID. Some of the universities are still online and some of them are doing hybrid learning kind of model. So our laptops have replaced basically blackboards. No more blackboards now. Everyone has a laptop, or it could be a smart device. It could be a digital phone. It could be your iPads or like tablets, whatever. But the concept I'm talking about is from Blackboard, we have moved to laptops. So laptops are your screens of your classrooms. And then the third one, the division of students from the classroom chairs. Now we have got a small Zoom window, like very tiny Zoom window where you can see your students and everyone is sitting there. Instead of having the live interaction, now we have the Zoom windows or any other softwares that you are using for video conferencing. So basically there are three different aspects that I'm looking at due to COVID-19. So first thing, bedrooms became our offices, your laptops became the blackboards or the boards or the whiteboards, and physical interaction has changed to online interaction. Now, if you see, this is all about the physical change. This is all about the practices that we have changed. I keep on repeating the same word, practices, because my focus is on new practices and obviously the old mindset we will talk about. So if you look at these three different transformations, three different changes, they are all about the practices that we have. In Bob Dylan's Forever Young poem, if you read it, it says, may you have a strong foundation when the winds of changes shift. I also believe the same. It's a kind of prayer, जिसको हम दुआ भी कह सकते हैं. Whatever, this is something like we are wishing for, we desire for. And if you sit back, relax and reflect upon this quotation, you would realize like, okay, we have the strong foundation. We have the change shift, but have we really changed? Or if we are talking about a strong foundation, what is the foundation? Is it the same foundation that was kept there, that was put there over 50 years' time? Is it the foundation that we have recently revisited, reestablished, redeveloped, or what? What kind of foundation do we have as teachers? I'm talking about. I'm sure there are many students listening to me, and many of you will be the future teachers as well. So you have to think about it, the foundations that we have as teachers, the foundations we have as students as well. Do we have the dare to change Do we have to, do we really want to change, or are we willing to accept the change? This is a big question for all of us. We need to think about it. And the conferences like these, where you have participants from all over the world, we need to think about it. This is really very important. I want you to look at the picture and think about it. What do you see? If we can name it one name, what do we call it? Do we have the computers? Yes, we have the access. Do we have enough computers in our countries, in our situations? I would say yes, or I could say no as well. So basically, this is what we call digital divide. What is digital divide? In true sense, digital divide is basically the gap between those who have the access to information technology and those who do not have. Basically, the concept of digital divide was given probably in the first decade of 20th century, 21st century, I mean, during like 2000, and I think it is 2005, when the definition was given about digital divide. What is digital divide? Digital divide is basically when we did not have computers with every student. When people used to talk about educational technology, when they used to talk about internet, when they used to talk about sharing information via the internet. But if you see the situation now, it is quite different. Now the devices are everywhere. Every student, almost every student has a digital divide, has a digital device, I mean, and they are connected to the internet. So the gap between those who have and those who do not have is almost none now. There are no at all. I don't see, actually, I don't see any gap in this sense when they don't have the accessibility to the devices. Now, almost every student, almost every teacher, whether the teacher is in a small village or in a big or mega city, everyone has got the communication device, and that is also like smart device, internet enabled device. So this digital divide is no more in our culture, in our situation, in our institutions, in my country, in, like I can say globally. Hardly you will find this kind of digital divide. What digital divide do we have? Look at this next picture. What is the digital divide here? We have the devices. We are there, but we do not know how to use them properly. So the biggest issue is not about having the access to the devices. The biggest problem is how to use it. So it's not about the practice of it. It's more about accepting it. It's more about having the competency to use it. It's more about having the pedagogy to use these digital devices in teaching. So if you give a digital device to a caveman, obviously you can see the picture. If he cannot use it, obviously he's going to break it. So what is happening in our culture? What is happening in the current scenario? Mostly teachers, I am a teacher and I respect everyone. Most of the time, teacher cries over the distraction of these devices. Most of the time, teachers complain that they don't have enough time to use these devices in their classrooms. Most of the time, teachers consider curriculum or your educational activities different from technology activities. Most of the time, teachers use YouTube in order to kill time. When students get bored, teachers turn on the video just to kill the time. If we are using it, we are using only technology to the limited access or to the limited usage, like showing the PowerPoint. Is it enough? Do we really integrate technology? Do we have the idea what is integration of technology? So these things need to be considered. To me, I see digital divide as the difference in the acceptance, awareness, and literacy of the digital divide, of the digital society. See, if you do not accept the change, obviously you won't take action, you won't put your efforts in order to learn something new. So the first thing is the acceptance. Once you accept it, then we will look for the awareness of that digital utility of these devices. Once we go for the awareness, obviously we are going to literate ourselves. So these three things are really missing, and that is the digital divide between the students and the teachers. That is completely different. The world has changed. The world has transformed, especially COVID-19. To me, I would see it as a blessing in education, as before COVID-19, no one was willing to accept this change. No one was willing to adopt technology. No one was willing to utilize it in their classes. Because of COVID-19, obviously everyone was forced to do it, forced to accept the change, but they have only changed their practices. They haven't changed their awareness. They haven't changed their mental approach towards technology. Now the question is, why do we need it? Why are teachers not so successful in engaging digital learners? I have been attending so many conferences, giving presentations on different platforms and all. And most of the time I hear the word students are not engaged online. Students do not get interest. Most of the students are dull and all these things. That's why I have written the word, why are teachers not so successful? I'm not writing about why teachers fail in engaging, because I'm sure there are many, many good teachers. There are many, many literate teachers, digital literates, who can engage students well, especially the students of this century, the digital natives, the students who are born with these digital devices, who consider these digital devices as their right to use them. So what is the problem? And it's not only in Pakistan, it's all around the world. If you go through the research, you will find it. Most of the time people are talking about they are not successful, online learning is not successful, hybrid learning or distance education, or many other terms they can use it to. Why they are not successful? What is the logic behind it? They have got the devices, they have got the trainings, they have got the resources, they have got the material to use in the classrooms and everything, but still they complain about not being successful in engaging learners. So the biggest problem is our new practices versus old mindsets. I think there is a distraction. Someone's mic is on. Could you please put your mic on mute? Sabiul Hassan, I guess. Yeah. Okay. New practices versus old mindsets. We have got new practices. We know what we're doing. We know how to use these devices. We know what digital devices are being used in the classrooms. We know how to run the PowerPoint. We know how to conduct a lesson online. But the problem is with old mindsets. What is old mindset here? It has nothing to do with the age. It has all to do with the teaching philosophy. It is all about your teaching philosophy in this digital generation. Let's see a few things that I have put up together. When new technology is introduced into an old system, only to be used to perpetuate old practices. The problem comes here. The biggest problem is when you introduce new technology, but the system is old. You are still lecturing. You are still using PowerPoint as a blackboard. It's not about that one. The generation is different. They have different preferences. They have different social styles. They do not even sit together and chat to each other. They take their mobile devices. They use the mobile devices in order to have their conversation. If they want to have a friend, they don't go knock at the door or shake hand or something. They just send a friend request. So their learning styles, their interactions, their social life, their devices, their routines are different. in order to tackle those students, you need to change your habits as well. Because you are a teacher, they are students, you have to go into their world in order to teach them. You cannot drag them back to you. That is why they get distorted. That is why they get, you can say, distracted. That is why they seem bored in the classrooms, because we are following new technology, but with old system. People become uncomfortable when their old practices are disrupted. On the other hand, when it comes to teachers, obviously, as a teacher, I feel uncomfortable when someone questions my pedagogical skills, when someone asks me to change my style of teaching, because I always believe I was taught the best way. So I am giving the same way, but you cannot teach new digital generation of students in the way that you were taught 20 years ago, 30 years ago, or 100 years ago. So new system, new architect, a new situation always demands a new architect. You cannot design a new building with old mindset. Obviously, you need the modern thinking as well. The third thing is new technology used in the same way as old technology, then pedagogy is likely to fail. What does it mean in the same way? Like you are using, instead of using the blackboard, instead of using whiteboard, you are just displaying the PowerPoint slides, because these things, the technology facilitates you, not students. The end purpose of any session or any teacher is to teach a student to learn. But here, if you are using just PowerPoint, simple PowerPoint can only replace the whiteboard or blackboard. And that is why our pedagogy is not being so successful, or is not so successful. We should challenge the myth of the real world and the digital world. This is the one thing that we need to think about. There is no difference between real world and digital world. We must keep in mind this world is all about digital tools, and our students have these digital tools. They consider these digital devices as part and parcel of their lives. So you cannot segregate digital world from the real world. So we need to keep these things in mind. Education is simply the soul of a society. It is passes from one generation to another generation. Chaston talked about education, and obviously generation has changed. We have different generation, we have digital generation, they work differently, as I have already talked about it. So we need to keep this thing in mind. If you want to educate them, you have to think about what are their preferences, things to rethink. We need to recognize the generation differences, very important. This is a different generation, they need to be dealt differently. Obviously, they have different demands. You have to fulfill those demands. You need to have the analysis of their demands, their lifestyles, their learning patterns, their learning methods. You have to change your pedagogy according to their learning styles. Schooling is in present form was designed to meet the needs of a society that no longer exists. We know that we have experienced this whole thing during COVID-19. Now this digital generation is not limited to school, not limited to four walls with one teacher teaching them. The digital generation needs a different learning style. They need different facilities. So we need to accommodate them as their demands. Teachers are now preparing students for a world of work that has yet to be invented. Every day something is new. We cannot now claim that we are teaching our students for today. No, you have to think about their future. You need to teach, you need to train the students for their future. You need to keep the skills that will be required in future in mind when you are entering the class. According to Arthur Clarke, the only way we can begin to think about a possible future is to take a leap of imagination outside and beyond. We cannot live in our own bubble. You need to take a step out of your comfort zone, and then only you can prove yourself as a better teacher. Most of the people talk about teachers, machines will replace teachers and all. I don't believe it. I believe the people who are not up to date will be replaced by the teachers who are up to date. That is the only thing. Teachers will remain there, only you need to keep on updating yourself in this digital world. Learning is a continuing challenge in this ever-changing world that requires acceptance, competency, and technology. This is my outcome of all, that we need to have the acceptance first, then you can go for competency, and then you can practice your pedagogy with technology. That's why I give the term technogogy. Conceptualize and actualize ideas using technology as the medium. Do not consider technology as a stand-alone tool. Obviously, you have to conceptualize and actualize ideas. First, you need to think, you need to pick what is necessary there. You need to ignore that is not necessary. You need to think about your curriculum and the integration of a suitable technology. You cannot just pick everything and then start teaching. You have to be very well prepared before integrating technology. And the last and the foremost, understand theory behind practice. Do not follow everything blindly. You need to understand what is technology integration, how to integrate technology, what is the purpose of a particular tool in your teaching. If you are using a particular content, you need to know if that kind of tool would help facilitate learning or not, or whether it is only to facilitate you as a teacher. It makes your life easier or it makes learning more successful. Thank you very much. If you have any comments and feedback, I have a Twitter handle. You can follow me and you can write your questions there as well. And I have a YouTube channel where I post technology, educational technology videos in Urdu so that all the teachers in Pakistan could get some advantage. If you have any questions, you are more than welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Peer Sohail Sarhandi, for your very nice presentation on digital skills and digital teaching. And thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to turn mics towards the participant. If they have any questions, so you may ask from Dr. Sohail. If you don't have any questions, so I would like to invite another speaker from Prince Sultan University, Engineer Shabir Hussain Cardo. So please welcome Shabir Hussain for his keynote talk.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Walaikum salam. You may proceed, Dr.
Yeah, okay. You can see the presentation as well, right?
Right, right.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much, all of you, for attending this nice conference. And thanks for all of the organizers, all universities who participated in this lovely conference. And a special thanks to Dr. Sajjad, for your SU and for your team, for active efforts to make it possible. So moving toward my presentation, this is basically a joint effort from two universities. It's Prince Sultan University, from where I belong to, and University Kampong Malaysia. It's the National University of Malaysia. And this is a very short bio of myself. I basically belong to MUTE. I was a MUTE faculty member. And then I came here at Prince Sultan University to work as a lecturer. Then I've been assigned as an additional portfolio of Associate Director, Teaching and Learning Center for Man Campus. I'm also the chair of Theme 3, PSU Strategic Plan. I'm a member of institutional and program accreditations. We are done with the national and we are working on the international accreditations a bit now. And I'm also a member of various other national, institutional and program level committees. So the topic of today's presentation is we are trying to design a low-cost payment management system for payment maintenance, for flexible payments. We have two types of payments, for specifically for who are not from engineering background. So we have the one blackish color, which is flexible payment, and the second one is rigid payment, which is made up of concrete. And this is my team. So these are the outlines. So starting from intro and covering up the key contents. As we all know that the roads, they are the main component of transportation, and they are not only like roads, they are basically connectivity between the different regions, and the good health of these roads is very important. So as far as maintenance schemes are concerned, in Pakistan and in other countries, people are suffering with the budgetary issues because the countries have limited funds to maintain the roads, including Pakistan. And they have enough budget to make the new roads, new infrastructure. But as far as the maintenance of the existing infrastructure is concerned, it is basically a big challenge. So for that, what countries are doing, developed countries, they are having a payment management system, which is normally abbreviated as PMS. This is basically a sort of like system through which they are going to make the smart decisions to use the budget in an efficient way. As far as road conditions of Pakistan is concerned, we have high fatality rate. If you just see, Pakistan is 14.5 fatality rate, and per like 10,000 accidents, fatalities. Japan has 1.7, Canada has 1.67. So as compared to other countries, we are way too high. And this is how the construction industry is, in general, contributing to the GDP of country. It's 10% of the contributing to the GDP. It's, as far as the jobs are concerned, it contributes to 2.5 million jobs, and 5.9 percent of the employed workers are basically labor force in Pakistan. These figures are specifically for Pakistan. So this is basically the existing conditions because we applied this case study for Pakistan. So these figures are pure. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was disconnected, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
You may continue, please.
Okay. So these are basically the figures, of road accidents. Like 1.3 million people die each year due to road traffic crashes, which is also like affecting 3% of the GDP as well. And this is very an eye-opening fact that 93% of the world fatalities on the road occur in low and mid-income countries. This is from a report of WHO in June 2021. And these are basically a thematic sort of map for accidents, the fatalities. And if you just see Pakistan and India, they are in the dangerous zones. So this is where, we focus our study. And this is basically a literature review, which we just did just to observe that what the other countries are doing. And if you just see the annual expenses of US only is $101 billion, on maintenance of the roads. And they also have to invest 184 billion USD per annum for repairing and extension of the roads, which is a huge amount. Similarly, like England is using a lot of money and other countries. So Pakistan is also witnessing the same thing. This is basically a literature review which we did just to observe that what is happening with the three basic parameters, which is PMS, BMS, and TMS, basically. So these are basically the technical words. PMS is basically for the roads. BMS is bridge management system for the bridges. And TMS is basically the asset management system, tunnel management system for the tunnels. So PMS has the applicability in other countries except Pakistan. I'm sorry, but it is the fact. So these are basically the literature review, which are focusing on the importance or the significance of the PMS. Like most of the PMS are designed in developed countries, whereas limited attempts are made in developing countries like Pakistan, where road management agencies are facing huge financial challenges to maintain and manage the road schemes or existing schemes. This is the review of the methodology which we opted in our research. We just try to observe that what people are like up to, like what they are using up to, and because we just wanted to create a new methodology for the PMS which we are suggesting for Pakistan. So like different like PMSs which are already existing in developed countries, they are using some like GIS, machine learning, different case study surveys, PLS, partial least square, method, and SPSS as well for decision makings. So what we did so far, we tried to develop a low-cost payment management system, which you also call it as a payment decision-making system. And what this system will gonna do, this will gonna help the, let's say, NHA or any road management authority to make decisions to prioritize road sections, because in Pakistan we have a long range of the roads, but we have limited funds. So this model will gonna help them to prioritize that which road section has high significance or high priority, like which will be given high priority for the maintenance purposes, because the limited funds will be applied only on those severe sections, and the one which has limited damage, so we can use like the next year budget on that. So this is what we try to do. I'll jump into the main focus. As I said, the focus is to design the PMS for Pakistan. This is the whole methodology which we adopted for this PMS. Obviously, the PMS itself sounds a single word, but it has a huge methodology at the back, because we needed to see, first of all, the existing practices in NHA Pakistan, and which we observed during via direct and indirect method. And what are those? I'll just show you now. And then we identified the different indicators for payment management, and then different repair techniques and different low-cost payment management techniques. And finally, we made the model. The reason for indicators is that the students from, let's say, civil engineering background, for one defect, there are different treatments which we can apply. It is just like this one disease can be treated via different medicines. So we will gonna go for the chief one, and which is effective as well. So this is the same approach which we applied on these issues. We have different indicators, and we are applying different and low cost approaches to fix these issues. So the data source is from Pakistan, and most of the source is NHA, because I am focusing at the moment on the national highways only. So we just collected the data from various experts. We have went through the different rounds of the questionnaires to ask them different questions about the PMS existing practices. And so far, these are the feedback, data collection feedback for the 2 questionnaires. We have focus experts only. That's why this number is a bit low now, because in NHA, we just targeted NHA and the experts working in NHA. We didn't target the engineers working on the roads. So that's why this number is a bit low. So let me just share the example of methodology which we adopted. We used ANP, which is a decision-making technique, analytical network process, which is the next form of AHP. And this is a very smart and especially decision-making. And this is the main model which you can see at the top. We have our PMS, and then we have criteria and alternatives. Now, what are these criteria? Like routine criteria, emergency, and periodic. Because every road has 3 conditions. One first is accident. So if the road is blocked, that is emergency case. The second one is routine, which is normal defect, which we're gonna cover in that. The third one is periodic, which is long term, which needs more money, and a sort of revamp, of the whole road section, which you might have witnessed as well, that they are going to close a section, and then they are going to repair the whole subgrade and subbase of the road from foundation. So this is basically the ANP tool and methodology, the way we just adopted just to take the decisions, because the reason to choose this methodology is that it has been proven smart, to take the decisions. And this is an example of the upcoming criteria and alternatives. As I said, that we went through the different approaches, 3 approaches. These are the few key results which I'm going to share. We just, as I mentioned, we tried to directly get the opinion from the people who are working in NHA, and they were assistant directors, resident engineers, general managers as well, project directors. And we tried to get the respondent from the maximum experience as well. And the interesting thing is that as far as the PMS is concerned, most of the people, they are aware, like 85%, 58% of the people, they are aware in NHA that about the PMS. As far as the usage of PMS is concerned, they are not using it. Reason is because they are not using it directly. But then we went through another approach to ask them about the different components of the PMS which have been used in developed countries, which we termed it as indirect approach, meaning that they are doing it, but they are not doing it in a shape of a PMS. That means they are practicing the same thing, but not in a shape of a PMS. Let's see an example. Let's say the first one is inventory. They have the inventory. They have the mostly flexible section. They are using the, let's say, the software for some elements. They are making the maintenance as well, and even they have the, let's say, complaint system. So these are basically the components of a PMS, but not in a real shape. So what we did so far, we just tried to make a fishbone, and then followed by the fishbone, as we prioritize, that what specific indicators will be. As if you just see in our results, the emergency plan has been given the first priority, meaning that if we have limited budget in NHA, the first priority will be given to emergency cases. The second priority will be given to routine cases, and the third priority will be given to periodic cases. Similarly, we will be given, in this one, in our results so far, the functional indicators will be given the first priority, followed by the others: serviceability, structure, and the safety features. Now we validated our results via sensitivity analysis of ANP method. And this is basically our model, that this model will gonna work in this phase, that if it is an emergency case, so it will gonna go, the model will gonna go and it will dig down further, for the answers. Similarly, for routine cases, it will dig down further for investigation cases, and same way for periodic. Each scenario has different rating. Each scenario has different, cases. And this is the alignment of this work with the SDGs. We are targeting SDG 9A and 11.2, healthy infrastructures. And these are a few references. If you have any question, I was a bit faster, but if you have any question, you can ask.
Thank you very much, Engineer Shabir Hussain from Prince Sultan University. Thank you very much for your very nice presentation. And now I would like to request participants if they have any questions, so you may ask from Shabir Hussain. Without any delay, if there is no any questions, so I would like to invite another speaker from Fatima Jana Women University, Ms. Tayyaba Salim, for her presentation.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. You are audible and your screen is also visible, so you may proceed.
My name is Taslim, and I'm a student of Fatima Jina Women University, Department of Business Administration. First of all, I am thankful for the organizer of meeting and conference. The topic today I present is high performance work system and innovative work behavior, the mediating role of knowledge sharing and moderating role of inclusive leadership. First of all, I'm defining my variables. High performance work system is defined as aims to improve employee skills, knowledge, and abilities which means that transferring of human capital into a source of sustainable competitive advantage for organization. Second is about innovative work behavior. Is defined as Jensen as intentional creation, introduction, and application of new ideas with a group role organization in order to benefit role performance, the group or the organization. Knowledge sharing is defined as the providing valuable information and know-how to help others, work with them, solve questions, develop new ideas, and implement action. And inclusive leadership is defined as the work and deeds by a leader or leaders that indicate an invitation and appreciation for other contribution. Background of story. With the dramatic development in the consumer climate and the competitive environment between firms, an increasing relevant topic is how to develop operational performance. Innovation is a key to business capturing the competition and meeting the target of continuous growth. It is expected that organizations that can foster common information sharing activities among workers, groups, or within the organization as a whole would generate fresh and different ideas, and that suggestions are useful for creating new business chances. Some scholars have highlighted the importance of inclusive leadership, innovative work behavior, and employee knowledge sharing. By sufficient inclusive leadership built a climate in which staff had a culture of inclusion. Employee continues to work hard in order to accomplish innovative activities in an organization. Significance story. This would inform professional about the importance of information exchange for organization improvement. An organization will learn from this research in terms of how to hire, educate, and inspire manager and executives so that they act more like executives member and share relationships that are work-related and beneficial to the organization. This research would also aid companies in their look for an inclusive leadership style that can be used to enhance the work environment, information sharing atmosphere, and employee creative work behavior. High-performance work system is essential in corporate environment because it has features that encourage employees to keep their work and remain with their current employer. Problem statement. It has been observed in past few years that education institutes have been faced many challenges like integrating new technologies into classroom, market saturation, unprepared and unable to understand the new technologies, lack of sufficient budget, failure of policy implementation, inadequate physical infrastructure, absence of teacher quality, leaderless teaching and poor management and supervision and lack of uniformity all are issues that are in Pakistan education system. According to the research, teachers should not use modern teaching and learning approaches and techniques. Information exchange is a major challenge in academia because universities are often confronted with increased faculty requests for sharing high quality skills and abilities. The supervision method is more concerned with monitoring and intimidating teachers than with assisting and guiding them to improve their results. These are the following research questions and research objectives of the research. Research gap. There is a lack of research concerning the impact of high-performance work system with the focus of AMO model as recommended by few authors on innovation performance. There are few studies carried out in inclusive leadership in Pakistan, such as inclusive leadership and leader member exchange and innovative work behavior in employee of small capitalized textile firm of Pakistan. And the study was conducted in hotel industry of Pakistan, in which author examined the impact of job crafting and knowledge sharing between transformation leadership and employee innovative work behavior. Spotted theory of framework is about AMO framework. In the previous research of high performance work system through HRM practices, the AMO model has been widely acknowledged. The AMO model is particularly useful for the current study because it assumes the involvement of all factors that influence innovative work behavior. Based on the finding of 2001, AMO model may be useful model for understanding for knowledge sharing behavior. Providing employee with useful training as well as advances in skill and technologies is likely to improve company success through knowledge sharing activity. Methodology. Methodology is about this study was quantitative and convenient sampling technique were been used in all those education institutes that was become a part of our research. Questionnaire was sent to the faculty member of institute through various contact, personal and internet distribution such as email. There are approximately 35 to 40 universities located in the region of Rawalpindi and Islamabad, and according to the HEC university-wise faculty members are approximately 8,500 to 9,500. Although the expected population is about 9,500 to 10,000, and according to the table of Chris and Morgan, the sample size of our study was approximately 368 to 370. Out of total 1,300 questionnaires distributed, 425 questionnaires were received. Only 356 questionnaires were correctly fulfilled by participant. Individual level of employee is unit of analysis for the present study. For the completion of study, a species was used for statistical analysis and geometric results. Firstly, correlation and regression were analyzed to conclude the topic, and the direct hypothesis was analyzed through the linear regression, while the mediation and moderation hypothesis was analyzed by interfeature and Hayes method. This is a framework where a high performance work system have IV, works at IV, and ability, motivation, and opportunity impact on innovative work behavior. Whereas knowledge sharing mediates the relationship between ability, motivation, opportunity, and innovative work behavior, while inclusive leadership moderates the relationship between knowledge sharing and innovative work behavior. This is proposed hypothesis of framework. Results, all the hypotheses spotted because the p-value is less than 0.05. Conclusion, the finding indicates that the high-performance work environment can enable workers to participate in creative work activities, with information sharing serving as a mediator. Furthermore, inclusive leadership helps to moderate the connection between information sharing and creative work activity. The supervisor had to boost followers' experience and learning at work, reassure them verbally, and promote them cognitive, urgent, and mystery interaction. Community improve employee innovative work behavior. We conclude that the strength of HRM structure as measured by high-performance work system construct is strongly linked to employee outcomes such as innovative work behavior. The education system or sector in particular should pay careful attention to the use of high-performance work system to handle their staff as teachers, as their success and retention suggested happiness and improve education facilities for society. Acknowledgement. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has contributed in successful and completion for my research. I would like to thank my supervisor, Ma'am Umairubab, and my co-supervisor, Ma'am Saika Qureshi, for their support, continuous encouragement, suggestion, and guidance, without which this project would not have been completed successfully. I would like to acknowledge the support and cooperation of Department of Business Administration, Fatma Jinnah Women University, Rawalpindi, Islamabad. There are a few references.
Thank you very much, Taiba Salim, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. If you have any question, kindly ask.
If participants have any questions, so you may ask. If there is no any question, so without delay, I would like to give an opportunity to another speaker, Miss Ambar Yaqub from Fatma Jinnah Women University. Now I would like to invite Miss Ambar Yaqub from Fatma Jinnah Women University.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ambar Yaqub and I'm from Fatma Jinnah Women University, Business Administration Department. First of all, I would like to thank all the people and organizers of this conference who've given me a chance to speak on this platform. My topic is the effect of health consciousness on green purchase intention with price perception and quality perception of green products as a moderating variables. First of all, we'll talk about the background of our study. The background and literature says that consumers have become more sensitive about the safety and quality of their products that they used. And the health consciousness has a major impact on the attitude and purchase intentions of the green products. In association with health consciousness and green purchase intention, perceived price and perceived quality is also essential and have a great role in this relationship. Next, we'll talk. These are the research objectives. We have done this research because we wanted to know the link between health consciousness and green purchase intention. We also wanted to check the link between the perceived quality and perceived price with the green purchase intention. And also, what does the perceived quality and perceived price moderate the relationship of health consciousness and green purchase intention? Problem statements that all the other literature have we have studied, there were many variables that were used, like environmental awareness, environmental concerns, and others. So, but this study will focus on the health consciousness and its role and link with the green purchase intention. Also, we have studied the intentions of consumers of organic cosmetic products. This is the framework that we use, the health consciousness and its direct impact on green purchase intention. Also, the price perception and quality perception of green products as a moderating variables. The theory which support our this relationship is the theory of reasoned action. This is a theory of a behavioral intention that claims that the person assessments of what others believe is significant and impacted by the purpose, and the attitude is essential. So the purpose of this study is one of these attitude models, the theory of planned behavior, to which explain why people buy green products. And people behavior is described by four components of the planned behavior. That is product attitude, their subjective norm, perceived behavior control, and the perceived purchase intention. These are the hypotheses that we've used in our studies. There were 6 hypotheses. All of them have positive relationship with the other, one variable with the other, and also there were 2 hypotheses that were used for the moderation analysis. The methodologies that we have used in in this study is was the quantitative study, and we've used questionnaires and we have collected response from different people, and we have used the population that we've used are the 2 Instagram accounts of 2 brands that were using for the cosmetic brands, organic that were selling organic cosmetics. And our sample population was the followers of that Instagram accounts, and our sample size was 375 according to the Morgan table of 1970. The data was examined by three key phases of the researchers, that is normality and reliability of data, the regression analysis, and the moderation by Preacher and Hayes. These are the instruments that we've used and the scales that we use for our variables to conduct this research. Next, this table shows that all our variables were reliable to use for the research. These are the results that we got. The health consciousness and green purchase intention has a direct relationship. It was supported. Next, health and perceived quality and green purchase intentions were also supported. Then our next hypothesis were about the perceived price and green purchase intention. It was also supported. Then our next hypothesis was about the moderation analysis of perceived quality between the health consciousness and green purchase intention. It was also supported. This hypothesis was last hypothesis which was rejected because we have found out that perceived price does not moderate the relationship of health consciousness and green purchase intention. Then our Preacher and Hayes moderation have done, and it was also partially supported. This is the hypothesis. Some of them were, fourth hypothesis was supported, and then fifth was rejected, and the sixth were partially supported. Then we have some theoretical implication of our studies. This study will contribute to the theory about body of knowledge by examining the health consciousness as a predictor of green purchase intention. They also show that the consumer does not perceive the price of their organic products to be low, as they do not care about the price unless the product is healthy and organic. Also, this have some practical implications. The study will help the people to develop more understanding about their health and the green purchase intention. It will also help the brands to provide them insights about the decision and about the decisions that they have to make about the green products more efficiently. Brands will also come to know that consumers who are health consciousness does not care about the price of the green products. And cosmetic brands would also consider the consumer preferences from our studies, and also use the ingredients that consumer prefer in their products. These are some of the limitations of our study. The study is confined only to the cosmetic businesses and their green practices, and also this sample size. There was small sample size from the population of only 2 Instagram brands, and also the other studies will also consider the other cosmetic brands and their what their followers think. And also this study have only choose women as their respondents, because women use more cosmetic brands. Then future research can also use men as their respondent. Acknowledgement. I'm greatly acknowledge and have acknowledged for the support of Allah Almighty, my supervisor, Ma'am Sana Irfan, our colleagues and fellows. These are the references that we provided.
Thank you.
Question. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you, Ambar Yaqub, for your very nice presentation. Now I would like to give an opportunity to the participant. If they have any questions, you may ask from Ambar Yaqub. If no any questions, so we may proceed with the another speaker, Tabinda Chaudhary from Fatima Jana Women University. Yes, Tabinda, you may proceed. Just unmute your mic.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
My name is Tabinda Chaudhary, and my supervisor is Ms. Sana Irfan, and Department of Business Administration, Fatma Jinnah Women University. And the title of my presentation is Role of Perceived Pay Transparency on Employee Job Performance, a mediating mechanism.
Just press F5. To make the full preview. It's okay. You may continue.
Title of my presentation is Role of Perceived Pay Transparency on Employee Job Performance, a mediating mechanism of employee effective commitment. Background of the study is employee performance is considered to be one of the most significant factors contributing to the development of organizations. According to Allen and Mayers, employee performance is significantly related to effective commitment. Effectively committed employees who have a sense of belonging towards their organization have a higher higher level of zeal to perform and achieve the set goals. Motivation. In the past, researchers have investigated the influence of pay satisfaction on the employee task performance. It has been identified through the review of existing literature to study the role of perceived pay transparency on employee job performance. Literature has also indicated to investigate the mediating mechanism of effective commitment between the perceived pay transparency and employee job performance. The problem statement of this study is Organizational performance is dependent upon employee job performance. There are various factors contributing towards employee job performance. One of the most important factor is financial factor, which defines his behavior and motivation towards his work, and that also determines the level of commitment when they compare themselves with others that were compensated equally or not for their job. Therefore, when employee at the workplace think that others are getting more financial compensation in spite of doing the same amount of work, they become dissatisfied. As a result, there is a lack of or decreased motivation and commitment that may lead to frustration, and the results may be low job performance. This, therefore, is a problem for most organizations. Here are the objectives of the study: to identify the relationship between perceived pay transparency and employee task performance, to identify the relationship between perceived pay transparency and employee contextual performance, to identify the relationship between perceived pay transparency and effective commitment, to identify the relationship between effective commitment and employee task performance, to identify the relationship between effective commitment and employee contextual performance, to identify mediating mechanism of effective commitment between perceived pay transparency and employee task performance, to identify mediating mechanism of effective commitment between perceived pay transparency and employee contextual performance. Here is the methodology given. Population of the study is private banks of twin cities, Rawalpindi, Islamabad. Sample size is 310. Sampling technique is convenient sampling technique. Type of analysis: the collected data was analyzed through descriptive and inferential manner. Data collection method is survey method. Time horizon is cross-sectional. Unit of analysis are employees, and data analysis software is SPSS. Here is the framework. Perceived pay transparency is an independent variable. Employee tasks and contextual performance are dependent variables, and effective commitment is a mediating variable. Here is the result shows that p-value, beta value, and r-square value, and the values of hypothesis 1, hypothesis 2, 3, and 6 shows that hypothesis 1 is and hypothesis 5 and 7 are rejected, but the hypothesis 2, 3, 4, and 6 are accepted due to that p-value of their hypothesis is less than 0.05, which shows significant levels. The conclusion: the primary goal of this study was to investigate the role of perceived pay transparency on employee job performance, and also investigates the mediating mechanism of employee effective commitment between employee perceived pay transparency and employee job performance. According to the findings, perceived pay transparency has a positive influence on employee task performance, and also found that perceived pay transparency has positive and significant impact on employee task performance with mediating mechanism of effective commitment. Rejection of hypothesis shows that pay transparency will adversely affect contextual performance. That focusing on more open and transparent approach-based system can be an effective organizational strategy for growing employee effective commitment and, as a result, employee task performance. Here's the acknowledgement. First of all, I would like to thankful to the God who gave me the knowledge and power to complete this research paper successfully. I would also like to take this opportunity to pay my gratitude to my supervisor, Ms. Sana Irfan, who supported me throughout my journey of research paper. I would also like to thank Fatma Jinnah Women University, Rawalpindi, for giving me this opportunity to explore my research skill. Last but not least, I would like to thank my parents, families, friends for their moral support throughout my journey. Here are some references are given.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tabinda. Now I would like to ask participants if they have any questions, so you may ask from Tabinda Chaudhary. If there is no any question, so we may proceed with the second speaker, Ms. Myra Afzal from Fatma Jana Women University, Rawalpindi. Ms. Myra Afzal.
I'm here.
Yes, kindly share your presentation.
Is it visible?
Yes, yes, it is visible. You may proceed.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, yes. Please, please, please press the F5 for the full preview.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Now.
good afternoon, everyone, and
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Maria Afzal, and I am from Fatma Jana Women University, and I am here to present my research on impact of servant leadership on cyber slacking at workplace. And it is a mediated model based on Kant's framework of employee psychological presence. And in this research, I was being supervised by my prestigious supervisor, Ma'am Sanai Khan. And I would like to proceed with my background of study. First of all, as we all know that companies' dynamics have been changed a lot in past decades in social individual perspectives as a result of IT innovations, and therefore possibilities for deviational practices at workplace have also increased. Employees have begun to use online facilities for their personal needs as a result of popularity and widespread use of internet and technology. And therefore, they spend nearly 60% of their working time on non-work related activities. And definitely these activities needs to be controlled and they needs to be stopped so that the employees should spend their time more on the work related activities rather than the personal online activities. So I have studied the leadership perspective in controlling the cyber slacking activities of employees at workplace. And when the leader plays employees in trust by assisting workers and developing a sense of duty and ethics, employees feel more linked to workplace. Thus will be more mentally present at work. And employees who have been psychologically present at their workplace and being psychologically perceived by their job roles are more open than they work. Thus will be spending less time using the internet for their personal use. I have been motivated by definitely use of social media, use of internet for the personal use at the workplace. And seeing the past literature, researchers have advocated that using a range of measures and technology to restrict workers' usage of internet for personal use at work. But there is a lack of research literature regarding control of cyber slacking through leadership trait. There is a little evidence of connection between servant leadership and cyber slacking. And as a consequence, I, with the support of my supervisor, theorized and analyzed this significant research gap. Given the positive effect of leadership on employee interconnection and success, this research anticipates that when a leader transfers control, prioritizes the interest of workers, and assists people in the developing and delivering at the higher standards, they exchange more ideas, thus addressing job-related problems which can improve their psychological presence at work and minimize the deviational activities such as cyber slacking. Moving towards the problem statement, The problem arises as a cyber slacking activity arises. Cyber slacking is a growing problem across the world day by day, especially after COVID-19, where the use of internet became a necessity for everyone, whether young or old.
चलाया हुआ हीटर्स ऐसा हमने नहीं अभी तक चलाया
New
हमारा
behaviors
एक्चुअली पूरा खुला भी है ना
adopt
so you need to और अच्छा है
during
सर
COVID-19 lockdown
so asthmatic तो नहीं है
responsible for most of the The new behaviors that the organizations adopted during COVID-19 lockdowns are directly responsible for most of this quarter's rise in social media use. Organizations require executives who concentrate on staff development and who do not sacrifice ethical principles in order to make profit. Goal-oriented leadership, known as servant leadership, using moral reflection in decision-making process can be the answer to the demand for economically viable and socially responsible organizations. This problem will be addressed in the present research through testing the Kant's framework of psychological presence at workplace, which play a role of mediator between servant leadership and cyber slacking. The objectives of the study are to investigate the role of servant leadership in affecting psychological presence. Secondly, to investigate the outcome of servant leadership on cyber slacking. Thirdly, to study the impact of psychological presence on cyber slacking. And lastly, to analyze the role of psychological presence, including psychological meaningfulness, psychological safety, and psychological availability as a mediator between servant leadership and cyber slacking. Okay, my experimental work started as my nature of study was exploratory in nature, and I took service sector organization of twin cities in Rawalpindi and Islamabad. More specifically, I took the employees data from the employees of health sector, education sector, and banking sector. And the sample size was 384 using the convenient sampling technique. And the data was analyzed through the descriptive and inferential manner. And data collection method was survey method, and it is cross-sectional in nature, and that means that it was collected one point at a time. And I used SPSS software in order to analyze the results of regression and mediation. So these are the results, overall results of the model, in which you can see that there was a positive relationship between the servant leadership, psychological meaningfulness, safety, and availability. And though the coefficient values were not so big, but they were positive and significant, and thus it can be said that the hypothesis was accepted. And the direct relationship between servant leadership and cyber slacking was also positive and significant. Negative and significant. And the relationship between psychological meaningfulness, safety, and availability with cyber slacking was negative and significant. The detailed results are here in the form of table, and here you can say the probability values of the results are all less than 0.05, which means they are all significant. And as I have told, the nature of relationship, that which was positive and which is negative. And in the last, you can say see the results of mediation, and all three mediations were significant, and thus the results were accepted. All of the hypotheses of the research study were accepted. In conclusion, in this research, the role of psychological factors in mediating the relationship between servant leadership and cyber slacking was studied along with the direct relationship between servant leadership, and cyber at workplace. The study uses the research model and analyze the relationship using Kant's framework of psychological presence. According to the results, managers with the servant leadership trait activate a variety of psychological factors that inhibit cyber slacking behavior. Mediating the relationship are psychological factors of meaningfulness, safety, availability, which significantly mediate the relationship between servant leadership and cyber slacking. At the end, I would like to the most gracious and the most beneficent. And secondly, I would like to extend special gratitude to my supervisor, Ms. Sana Irfan, and whose contributions in simulating situations and encouragement helped me to coordinate my thesis. Thank my
Thank you.
husband and my
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Myra.
for my and completion of the research.
Thank you, Myra.
Thank you
And
so
now
much.
I would like to ask participants if they have any questions. So you may ask from Myra Afzal.
Yes, please.
Okay. Without delay, I would like to invite another speaker from Fatima Jannah Women University, Hina Naz. Hina Naz from Fatima Jannah Women University. Please welcome Hina Naz from Fatima Jannah Women University.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible. Please share
Sir,
your screen.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Please press F5 or preview.
Okay.
Yes. After
Assalamu
this-
alaikum.
Walaikum
Bismillah
salam.
Rahman Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most merciful and the most beneficent, praise to be the Lord of all words. Prayer and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, and all of his companions. I am thankful to the honor of Second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference, and I am also thankful to Dr. Sajad Mangi, who has given me such an opportunity to represent my research work. I am the student of Business Administration Department. My name is Hina Naz, and my supervisor is Dr. Amara Mubashir. And my topic is Do Cash Flow Ratio and Asset Growth Predict Stock Returns. The stock market primary function is to encourage and facilitate the mobilization of funds to provide sufficient liquidity to promote economic activities and to encourage the establishment of large-scale enterprises. Over the decade of 2000s, Pakistan's stock market has now become a developing stock market from non-developing stock market, and it is a great source for all investors, whether they are foreign or local, due to its change trading mechanism of trade and by introducing new financial instruments. The investor invests in securities to gain higher return with certain level of risk or obtain low return with low level of risk. In our study, the cash flow ratio that we have considered is price earning ratio by Memdul 2009. It is share price earning ratio. Firms with high PE has high growth opportunities as compared to low growth opportunities. Firms have low PE ratio as explained by Abbas and Shah 2019. This ratio is used to predict the ability of profit generate in future. And stock return is investment by individual institutions to earn profit on returns. And in such a huge market, different people like institutional investor, foreign investor, and other market player are regulatory searching for that type of trade strategies that can outshine the market. Research gap. In the previous studies, they have only influenced the financial information of company to predict the stock returns. And in the same way, Usman has examined the effect of firm age, solvency ratio, and interest rate on the performance of companies, but still cash flow ratios and growth opportunities are not explored in stock market to predict the stock returns. The major research question is, do cash flow ratios and growth opportunities have impact on stock return predictability? The research can be extended by applying new statistical model and investigating more aspects that have influenced the stock price in Pakistani stock market by June 2020. Considering this research gap, present study will be going to examine do cash flow ratios and asset growth predict stock returns of Pakistani manufacturing firms. Problem statement. Since previous studies have excluded negative companies and stock return is critical for investors, the emphasis of the research is on the company with negative book value, cash flow ratios, and growth opportunities. Negative companies are in financial difficulty, but majority of them thrive for a long time. Although a lot of research work was done in Pakistani market on the stock return predictability, the sample size is limited and take few years to generalize the result. So study will observe the non.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Your slides are not moving.
Not moving. Now, sir, is it available?
It is visible, but it is first slide you are Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Sir, I am moving them, but why you are not saying?
Okay, maybe due to full preview. Just skip the full preview. Just skip the full preview.
Okay, I will.
Maybe due to that.
Sir, now?
Yes, now okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Although a lot of research work was done in the Pakistani market on the stock return predictability, the sample size is limited and take few years to generalize the result. So study will observe if non-financial firm listed on Pakistan Stock Exchange to obtain more valid results. Research objectives. To investigate the impact of cash flow ratios and stock returns predictability in Pakistani stock market, to investigate the impact of growth opportunities and stock return predictability in Pakistani stock market, using several commodity proposed variable, analyze and predict the stock returns of stock listed on Pakistan Stock Exchange. Literature review. Previous research has analyzed the effect of financial ratios on company with stock return predictability, and they have found negative relationship shown by book to market ratio, cash flow ratios, and growth opportunities. Growth opportunities are the sign for better acquisition for shareholder in capital market. They provide interaction between variables and significant predictor of the research. Small companies have more economic shocks as compared to large companies, and it is determined by multiplying the stock price by the number of share issues and is a way to rate the company. Value stake importance is measured by high book to market ratio as the reliable indicator to measure stock value. Positive excess return are earned by high book to market ratio, while negative are earned by low book to market ratio because they are low growth stocks. And the most useful cash flow ratio for predicting fluctuation in future profit is price earning ratio. It is helpful indicator for investor to predict future market value in terms of earning. Investors are paying more earnings if the ratio is high, and the same way investor feels safe because a high price earning ratio indicates that the company is on a growth path with strong chances and that its earnings are risk-free and secure. Barb et al. 2008. Methodology. In our study, the secondary research is conducted, and Pharma and Friend 1992 three-factor model is used to predict stock returns, as it is the best applicable method. The current study is based on time series analysis. The Pharma and French is first applied on Pharma and French three-factor model, then on proposed four-factor model, and then five-factor model was eventually proposed. The population of research is listed manufacturing companies on the Pakistan Stock Exchange for the sample period 2010 to 2019. And the econometric model used for our study is given as below. Correlation matrix. In this, the MKT is market, SMB small minus big, HML high minus low, high book to market ratio, and low geo growth opportunity and CF cash flow ratios. The relation between two or more variables which depend on each other or not depend on each other is measured by correlation matrix. It is a process you use to measure the strength of variables. It is used to measure the relationship between two quantitative variables, and these analyses show how variables are related to each other. and it measures the degree of association of related variable, and it explains the strong relationship between the variables. The correlation metric is determined by sorting the data on average monthly returns of stock for the sample period 2010 to 2019 to test the relationship of all the factors. Estimation results for 5 factors are shown in the table. The table show among all the factors like pharma and French 3-factor model as well as growth and cash flow ratio. 5-factor model for correlation metric is presented. The findings show that there is positive and significant relation between size and market, which is 0.100. It also explains that increase in size will increase in market returns. It provides the evidence that the larger the size of firm, more will return and investor will respond positive to such organizations. There is a negative and significant correlation between size and high book to market ratio, that is minus 0.175. There is slightly strong and positive correlation found between growth opportunities and book to market ratio, which is 0.099. And cash flow ratio is significantly linked to market return, which are revenues of firm and returns of firm. As a result, no factor is related to any other factor in the 5-factor model. Low correlation is shown by all variables, and above the range of 0.8, no value made, indicating that the estimation performance is not affected by multicollinearity. And here we have made the portfolios of our variable market size, high book to market ratio, growth opportunities, cash flow ratio. Regression results for the result of regression for 5-factor model are presented in the table, which show that the association between market size, book to market ratio, growth opportunities, and cash flow ratios, or with the stock return of portfolio sorted at S and B, small and big, H and L, high book to market ratio and low book to market ratio, GOS, low growth opportunities and high growth opportunities, and CF, SLCF, and SCF, low cash flow ratios and high cash flow ratios. Moreover, it is determined that adding cash flow ratio, the 4-factor model, R square value increases and its value are larger across the portfolios as compared to previous 4-factor model. The 5th factor, cash flow ratio, CF, is added when growth opportunity gets insignificant with negative coefficients for most of portfolios, and it is observed that 5-factor model outperform when compared with 4-factor model. SMB size is significant with cash flow ratio. For estimation result 5-factor model, there is a strong correlation among all the factors like pharma and French, as well as growth and cash flow ratio. The 5-factor model for correlation metric is presented, and investing the result of predicting the majority of portfolios are significant with market value, size, growth opportunities, and cash flow ratio. The current research predicts the power of cash flow ratio because it is measure of performance of enterprise and is used by investor for the sake of securities valuation. Market factor is important, which is MKT, because it has record of daily fluctuations which can be observed over a significant time period. Investor needs stock price pattern and formulate an opinion about market trend before deciding about their actions. For short period of time, stock prices can be volatile. The base multi-factor using CF revealed that it is good indicator for financial health and has significant position in business operation as it is the building block of enterprise successful operation. Furthermore, the results show that low cash flow ratio are risky for the firms as compared to high cash flow ratio. In equity market, it is considered as a risky factor which is priced by the investor. Conclusion. The study examined the impact of opportunities and cash flow ratios on stock return predictability and found there exists a significant relation between the variable and they have ability to provide accurate information to investors so they may make decision to invest in these companies for better revenues. Implication: the result will be beneficial to investors and other certain parties and are used by them for their expected concern. By observing stock return from investor perspective, the decision to invest for expected return should consider financial statements that show financial performance of companies and suggestions for further studies. For further research, longer and current time period must be considered as changes are seen with the passage of time. The study considers the sample period from 2010 to 2019. Other sectors than manufacturing sector should be considered to check the variation in sales. Thank you. Jazakallah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now I would like to ask a participant if they have any questions, so you may ask. If there is no question, so I would like to proceed with the another presenter, Aisha Akhtar. Aisha Akhtar from Fatima Jana Women University. Aisha Akhtar, you may please proceed. Yes, please unmute your mic. Aisha, please unmute your mic.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes. Now you are audible and your screen is also visible. You may please proceed with the presentation.
Okay, sir. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Aisha Akhtar from Fatma Jana Women University. I'm going to present on the topic influence of social media usage on consumer purchase intention during COVID-19. So the background of the study. In the year 2020, there was an outburst of contagious disease known as coronavirus disease of 2019, also known as COVID-19. And World Health Organization confirmed this disease being as a pandemic. The pandemic changed every aspect of life, ranging from socialization and businesses. The emergence of COVID-19 has presented enterprises with a new set of survival concerns. To stay in businesses, corporations have been driven to operate in innovative ways. So the COVID-19 affected socialization and it shifted economic activities to the cyber world. Internet is one of the most successful technologies that has connected many people throughout the world. Most businesses now use a variety of internet methods to communicate with their customers. While confined to their houses, consumers increasingly relied on online order services for basic requirements. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting social isolation and lockdown, people increasingly turn towards the social media for comfort, entertainment, and connection to other people. Introduction. So the usage of social media has risen dramatically in recent years, and COVID-19 also accelerated this trend. So social media usage are not restricted to individuals. It can also serve as a platform for businesses as they can utilize them, the social media platform, in order to communicate about their products and services to reach their customers. Use of social media not only increased through COVID-19 outbreak, but also people purchase intention changes and buying from home increases. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic has a progressive and noteworthy effect on consumer purchase intention towards online shopping. Marketers can efficiently contact their target audience and communicate a message through a trusted source by using influencer advertising. One study explored that influencers are trusted by 92% of social media users. Now, moving towards the motivation and problem statement. If we talk about where I got the motivation to take this topic forward, Then let's have a look on 5 or 6 months back. As we all know that world was in the middle of this pandemic, and research is basically a solution towards a problem. So the problem I noticed back then was about people having difficulty in buying as there was lockdown restrictions. When I was thinking about that, I noticed that the use of social media accelerated during this pandemic as people don't have anything else to do. So they were using social media all time. Even if you think, if you talk about people at my home, they were doing the same, so do yours, I think. When social media usage increased to this extent, then I came up with an idea of using social media in my research topic and also consumer purchase intention, because mostly the businesses were using online platforms to promote their products through trustworthy social media influencers during this pandemic to resolve people issue of buying. So this study will give us an insight about social media usage and how consumers intend to purchase from the brands during COVID-19 pandemic, also considering the trustworthiness of social media influencer as a mediator. So the theory I have incorporated in my study is the theory of social influence. Kalman proposed this theory, and there are 3 subtypes of influence: internalization, identification, and compliance. When we talk about the internalization in this study, it refers to the individual accepting social influence after considering the induced behaviors content to be beneficial, such as social media influencers material as they share on their Instagram or other social media profiles. Customers adopting the induced behavior to develop or sustain a desired and beneficial relationship with their preferred endorsers. That is, social media influencers are considered to be identification in this study. When it comes to the final buying decision, compliance is very much crucial. So compliance can occur in this study when people have loyal social relationship with social media influencers. Objective of this study. The objective of the study is to analyze the influence of social media usage on consumer purchase intention. To analyze the influence of social media usage on the trustworthiness of social media influencer, to examine if the trustworthiness of social media influencer has a role in mediating relationship. So this is the theoretical framework having the 4 hypotheses. And this research was of quantitative type. Data was collected through self-administered questionnaires, and SPSS statistics was used for analysis. So the results. There is the regression analysis result, and this table is showing the value of R square, that is 0.286. The value of R is 0.534, and adjusted R square is 0.284. So it shows the value at 28.6% of the consumer purchase intention can be explained by trustworthiness of social media influencer and social media usage. This also specifies that there is a very strong relationship between the dependent variable and the independent variable. Then comes the mediation analysis, and this table is showing that in mediation analysis, as we check the insignificance of the relationship between our dependent variable and independent variable, so it is showing the relationship, and the value of P is less than 0.001, so it shows that the model is significant. So as this table are showing that the value is significant, so all the hypotheses, the 4 hypotheses are accepted. So in conclusion, this research state 1 independent variable, social media usage having significant influence on consumer purchase intention, influenced by the trustworthiness of social media influencer. Finally, this research could be beneficial to numerous parties, particularly marketers and future researchers. So these are the references that I have used in my study. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite another speaker from Fatima Jana Women University, last speaker, Saira Hamid. Saira Hamid, are you there? Without any delay, we may proceed to another speaker, Ghulam Jafar from Technical University, Khairpur Miras. Ghulam Jafar.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please share your presentation.
It's visibility.
Yes, you may start, please.
So, topic of research is the application of nanoparticles in concrete. Basically, it's an review paper. So, let's move towards background. Concrete is a fundamental construction material. It is used and utilization is not available. Whereas it is expected that production of cement to reach about 6 billion tons per year by 2050, aiming to minimize the hazardous effect of cement on the environment and climate change. Numerous modification methods of concrete cement manufacturing are researched. Studies have suggested that the alternatives for cement, such as incorporation of polymer and nanoparticles. Studies have suggested that the alternatives for cement, such as incorporation of polymer and nanoparticle, the properties of nanoparticles, such as high reactivity, small particle size, and higher surface area, have made them be used as screeners. Over to you. Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, please. Your slides are not moving.
I think it's not working.
Jafar, please continue.
The slides are moving or not?
You are audible. Please continue.
Audible to you?
Yes, your slides are moving now. You please proceed.
Yes, sir. Nanoparticles improve the strength and the durability of concrete by simulating the hydration reaction and filling the micropores in the cement-based concrete. So iron oxides are classified as a color combination in addition to improving certain mechanical properties. The use of nanoparticles ZrO2, Fe3O4, TiO2, and aluminum dioxide with constant content will improve the mechanical properties of the new and harder concrete, such as compressive strength, indirect strength, and durability. It means here the four pictures are shown of the particles which are made by the synthesis process, and then move towards problem statement. Today, the global warming and energy crisis are major issues all over the world. The manufacturing of 1000 kg of OPC emits approx 1800 kg of CO2 in atmosphere, which is about 5 to 8% of global CO2 emission, and not only CO2 emission, but also CO3 and NO3 are released into the atmosphere due to the cement production, which harms in the environment and causes the acid rain. So here is the objective of the study. The review paper aims to study effects of nanoparticles on the properties of concrete. And experimental work, basically this is a review paper, so we have just collected a synthesis process of nanoparticle to produce the nanoparticles. I think it's nano particles Fe3O4 or ZrO2 or TiO2 or aluminum dioxide. Synthesis process is done synthesized by various methods of categorized the bottom up or top down method. It means here shows top down method goes to bulk material, and then it converts into powder and nanoparticles were produced. Then here is the top down method. Basically, five methods are come into the categories of top down method. Mechanical milling means mechanical milling is the most extensively used to produce various nanoparticles, and mechanical milling is used for the milling and post annealing of NPs nanoparticles during the synthesis, where different elements are milled into inert atmosphere. And then nanolithography, it means nanolithography is the study of fabrication of nanometric scale structures with the minimum of dimension in size range of 1 to 100 nanometers. Then laser ablation synthesis in solution in a common method of nanoparticle production from various solvents. And last one, thermal decomposition. And here's the bottom-up method, soldier method, spinning, chemical vapor deposition, pyrolysis, and biosynthesis. So here are the literature from which we have reviewed the paper is that number one is Fe3O4. The nanoparticles were used in different concentration 0.1, 0.5, 1, 1.5, 2, 3, 4, and 5 weight and mass of cement. And on the 1% substitution, nanoparticle of cement supplied best performance in terms of strain and water absorption. Number two is Fe3O4 were used and 0 to 3% by weight in cement by replacement of 2.5 weight of iron oxide exhibit the highest compressive strength. And then move towards number three, Fe3O4 were used and 0.5 to 3% weight of the cement is used as a replacement. And on 2% substitution of magnetic nanoparticle by weight of cement gave the best performance. And here the fourth one is Fe3O4 were used to concentration 1 to 5 weight in cement and highest compressive strength achieved on 3 percentage of replacement, and it's about 20% greater than the control mix, which are without presence of nanoparticles. And number four, 0 to 2.5 by weight, it's replaced with the BIO, it means the black iron oxides, and 1% by replacing BIO is the optimum percentage increase the slump 6.25 and compressive strength by 20 to 30% as compared to the control mix. So it's used as a mineral admixture, and in this research also ROI, it means red iron oxide, were used from ranging 6 to 12 percentage by replacement of cement, and at the 2.5 percentage it gets optimum results. And Fe3O4 1 to 3% were replaced and 2 to 3% its value increases, but then it's lower to the porosity of friction of the heat treatment. Then number seven, nano TiO2 were used as a nanoparticle replacement 0 to 1.5, and at the 1% replacement it gives strong gives the best performance. And nano TiO2 1 to 5% were replaced, and setting time hydration degree test strength test of specimen of by using 2% it showed a superior performance. And number 9 were nano TiO2 0 to 6% used, and at the 2% replacement it gave superior results. Then move towards 10. Number 10, nano ZRO2 whose concentration was 0 to 5% replacement, and at the 4% replacement it gave superior performances. And nano ZRO2 0 to 2% replacement by weight of the cement, and at the 2.0 replacement it will give better results than the control mix. And last one, nano aluminum oxide 1 to 4% replaced, and at the 1% it give the better result and increase by about 20% compared to the references mortars. And here's the conclusion from the literature review or references papers which are mentioned here. And conclusion where it's a witness that the addition of BIO black iron oxide nanoparticles has enhanced compressive strength 22 to 30% than the conventional concrete. And furthermore, nanoparticle increase the slump 6.25 and more reported as the has to be used as a mineral admixture. However, the impact on workability is found very effective. So here are the references.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ghulam Jafar. Now I would like to ask participants if they have any questions, so you may ask. If no question from participants, so may I ask one question?
Yes.
Ghulam Jafar?
Yes, sir.
Overall, very nice presentation because the topic is related to my field of interest. So I have just one question. What was the size of black iron nanoparticles that you were used?
Sir, its size from 15 nanometer to 100 nanometer. Different words analysis by literature review. But
And
we are,
where from you buy this nano material?
so basically these are easily available due to, from import or export. We are then from we have purchased from I think Ireland or Canada. But
Okay. 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 Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite another speaker from SAM University, Habibur Rahman. Habibur Rahman. Habibur Rahman from Benazir Bhutto Shahid University of Technology and Skill Development, Khairpur.
जी
So you have 10 minutes. So please present your presentation.
sir, my screen is visible to you?
Not yet. Ghulam Jafar, please please stop your share screen. Ghulam Jafar, as another participant can share. Okay, now Habibur Rahman, please share.
Sir, now it's visible.
Not yet. Let me make you co-host. Try now.
Okay, sir, wait 1 minute. Now, sir, it's visible.
Yes, yes. Now it's okay. You may please proceed.
Hello, assalamu alaikum, all of you. Thanks for giving me a chance to represent our thesis topic. It's a pleasure to be here with the international forum to share our ideas in front of to all national international forum. So here is the title of our presentation is the effect of two metacolin and fly ash on the properties of concrete. Here the participants of the author Habibur Rahman, Jawad Specificity, Naveed Machanna. Now proceeding towards the presentation, here the presentation outline where we have to discuss about introduction, literature review, problem statement, research objects, methodology, result discussion, conclusion, assembly. Now, it's introductory part of this presentation. As we know that the concrete is mostly used man-made material on the earth, commonly consists of the cement, which is ingredients of water, aggregates, gravel, sand. As far concerned that we know that the world production of cement has greatly inflated since 1919. The production of cement leads to heap of environmental pollution because it involves emission of carbon dioxide. It's a simple, it's said that the carbon dioxide emission is rapidly growing in all over the world. Now, the situation is that the supplement cementitious material comes to the side of this.
Slides are not moving.
Not moving.
So please try again. Yes, now okay.
So now it's okay?
Yes, yes.
So I was talking about the supplementary cementitious material, which is mostly alternative use of the cement because it's worldwide use and cost-effective benefits. So it reduces the Portland cement utilization, reduction construction expenses. It gives optimized strength, adequate workability, and durability. Now it's Most and foremost, metacolon introduction. It is a pozzolanic material produced by the heating of colon clay, aluminum silicate material at the temperature between 700 800 by using temperature. It's my visible my screen.
Yes, yes, your screen is visible. Please proceed.
Calcine temperature 800 degrees centigrade with the division of 2 hours available in the Western Jakarta district and can be used in natural product. I mean to say this is about brief introduction of metacolons which we have. We give the temperature about the 2 hours duration. Now, introductory part of this fly ash. Fly ash is also known as the United Kingdom as a pulverized fuel ash. It consists of the fine particle that are propelled by fuel gases from the boiler bottom. It that occurs at the bottom of the boiler. Fly ash that typically collected by precipitators are the particle filtration device. A modern coal-fired power plants to be the fuel gas enters the chimney. There is the introduction part of fly ash. Now proceeding towards. Sir, can I proceed this literature review? Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, yes, you are audible and your screen is visible.
Okay, sir. Can I proceed this literature review? If you allow me.
Because you have only 10 minutes, so better
Okay.
you skip the literature review, directly go to the objectives.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Here the summary of literature review is tell about it, the replacement cement with metacolon increase strength, durability, properties of filling, high reactivity, and the fly ash as a pozzolana has increased worldwide due to enhanced various property of cement both in the fresh as well as hardness state. It's no research work or the limited work has been carried out yet to use local metacolon developed from natural source with fly ash as a cement replacement material to investigate different property cement. Now is the problem statement which is a major threat for the all over the world, which is discussed below that today the global warming is energy crisis are major issues all over the world. The major here this mentioned that the 1 ton of OPC emits approximately 0.8 tons of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, which is about 5 to 8% of the emission. Not only almost from carbon dioxide, also sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide are also released with carbon dioxide due to cement production harms, which affect the harms our environment, which cause the acid rain. And for most that the cement production is used extensive in Pakistan at huge energy 600 to 1900 and the production of cement. On the contrary, Pakistan is coping with an acute energy crisis. Price of cement is increasing on each successive day, resulting in all over a rise in the cost to reduce cement production, which of course reduce carbon dioxide emission, energy overall construction cost. In the research of OPC have been replaced with pseudo metacolon flash. Here in the problem statement shows that the with the cement production, our as we noted, our country are all over the world is coping with energy crisis. That's why they are replacing with the metacolon. We are replacing with the metacolon or fly ash. Now it's the research objects, aims and objectives which is discussed here. The aim of this research is work is to investigate the effect of metacolon and fly ash as a partial replacement on the properties of strength, properties of concrete. And here is the objectives which we have discussed here to investigate workability of concrete, metacolon and fly ash individually and combined to analyze the compressed strength of concrete with the metacolon and fly ash individually. Here objectives which are shown that we have work on the individually and combined together and check the strength and workability together. Now here we know that the research methodology, which material which we are going to use, which will be used cement, fine aggregate, and coarse aggregate, pozzolanic material, and here the metacolon, how to developed from the natural material soil calcined at temperature with a heating duration 2 hours available in the vicinity of district Tata, Sindh, Pakistan, and fly ash the purchase from local market. We can purchase it easily in local market. And here the mixed design table. Mixed design, sir. Is my screen is visible to you, sir?
Yes, yes, please continue.
Here is the mixed design table 1 to 4 ratio cement, sand, and aggregate. And here the partial replacements with the cement First of all, the cement material, which is shown, cement material 100% cement is used and 0% metacolon, 0% fly ash. And number second replacement is metacolon 5%. Number second one is metacolon 10% replacement with cement, 50% replacement. Here is the individually replacement of the metacolon and fly ash. Fly ash usage 10%, fly ash 20%, fly ash 30%. And now it's the usage of combined, because we have to check the compressive strength workability together and individually. And here we have used metacolon 5% with fly ash 10%, metacolon 5% with fly ash 20%, metacolon 5 30, 10%, 10% fly ash, metacolon 10. And here the usage of different way of metacolon and fly ash. Metacolon 10%, fly ash 30%, metacolon 50%, fly ash 10%, metacolon 15, metacolon 15, fly ash 13, and metacolon 20, 10, 20, 20, 20, 20, 30, which we have to determine different aspects of this metacolon and fly ash with a different percentage. Now moving toward the research method or experimental investigation, we have mixed a number of mixes 20, and here are the parameters of the study. We have checked the workability and compressive strength of these metacolon partial replacement with cement in this research methodology. And here the flow chart of the research methodology, which we have used material for mixing of concrete. We have used the fine aggregate, which will be used, and which we have used fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, Portland cement. And here the replacement of metacolon, silica fume, metacolon 5, 10, 15, and 20%, silica fume 10, 20, 30%. Here the silica fume is 10, 20, 30% is used because fly ash is give better result is on highest percentage. That's why we have used the silica fume as a highest percentage as compared to metacolon. There is a casting and testing of specimen workability 18 cubes for compressive strength. Result and discussion conclusion is here is the result and discussion. Workability of metacolon concrete as a individually is used as a metacolon 5%, and the Salem value is the 41, 10%, the 38, 15, the 34, 20, 30. Here the Salem value into in the and now it's the combined value of the workability metacolon fly ash, which is shown in the flow chart. 40, 44, 38, 33, 30, almost in last 15. Mean to say this is the combined workability which we have find out through Salem value. This is the combined metacolon as well as fly ash concrete. Now it's compressive strength of metacolon individually, which have give us the metacolon 15%, which is different from other 16.30, shows that the highest maximum percentage from all metacolon 15, compressive strength 32.1, and 16.30% inch percentage.
Please go towards the conclusion.
Okay, sir. It's a conclusion. Based on concluded research, it can be concluded with the increase in dosage of metacolon, workability of concrete decrease. With the increase in dosage of metacolon, compressive strength of concrete increase from 0 to 15. Then after compressive strength decrease. With the increase of dosage of fly ash, workability of concrete decrease. With the increase in dosage of fly ash, compressive strength of concrete from 0 to 20%. Then compressive strength decrease. With the increase in combined, now it's here the combined stage. When the increase in combined stage, dosage of metacolon fly ash, workability concrete decrease. With the combined increase in dosage of metacolon fly ash up to 20% replacement of cement, compressive strength of concrete increase. Mean to say maximum compressive strength will be combined inclusion of metacolon 10 and 20% of fly ash achieved. Means we have to achieve the maximum compressive strength on both fly ash and metacolon equal percentage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation on the utilization of metacolon in the concrete. Now I would like to request participants, if they have any questions, you may ask from. Where from you get the metacolon? This just my question.
Sir, we have this purchase this metacolon is the vicinity of Thatta, and the fly ash kind of fly ash is the vicinity of Port Qasim.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so now I would like to invite another speaker from the same university. Muhammad Ibrahim, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Muhammad Ibrahim from Benazir Bhutto Shaheed University of Technology and Skill Development, Khairpur. So please share your presentation.
Am I audible to you, sir?
You are audible, but your screen is not visible. Please share again your screen.
Now it's
Try to share your screen, please, because if you are facing problems, so meanwhile I will invite another speaker from the same university, Mr. Miraj Aman. So तब तक मोहम्मद इब्राहिम आप थोड़ा सेट कर लें इशू को. Okay. So now I would like to invite Miraj Aman from Benazir Bhutto Shaheed University of Technology and Skill Development, Khairpur.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes,
sir.
you are audible. Please share your screen.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, yes, please share your screen.
Okay, sir, let me. Sir, yes, is screen
Okay,
visible?
okay. Now screen is visible and you are also audible. Please proceed and wrap up within 10 minutes. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Our topic is water quality assessment of Talka Tharimira, and myself, presenter Miraj Amanshah, and our respected course supervisor Engineer Dabra Ali Kirio, and my group members Munsif Sheikh and Naveed Amanshah. Here's a table of content as introduction, problem statement, motivation, study area, research, aim and object, methodology, result and discussion, conclusion, and reference. Introduction. Groundwater is the most important natural resource, which is not only used for drinking purpose, but it also plays a major role in many segments of the economy, such as agriculture, industrial production, hydropower generation, fisheries, forestry, and livestock production. Water quality is inherently linked with the human health, poverty, education, gender equality, food security, and the preservation of the ecosystems, as well as the economic growth and social development of our society. Here's a problem statement. Groundwater contamination issues are arising around the globe. These issues are adversely affecting human health as well as agriculture worldwide. So the supply safe and clean water for everyone consumer around the world is one of the sustainable and development goals. The reported that in this article 2008 Solangi et al. Reported that in the Pakistan about 68% rural population use poor quality drinking water, and about 44% people of Pakistan do not have access to the clean water for drinking purpose, while in country rural areas these figures second access to 80%. Motivation. Thus, it is very necessary to investigate groundwater quality to know it is the degree of contamination. Therefore, this study has been proposed to evaluate the quality of groundwater in Talka Tharimirwa district, Khairpur Miras. A study of area. Talka Tharimirwa is a subdivision of district Khairpur Mirat. 352 lakh for 3,52,491 people are aligned in this study area. Talka Tharimirwa considered 13 UCs and four committees. Discussion study area. This here is Pakistan map of Sindh district Khairpur, and this is finally Talka Tharimirwa is our study area. Research aim and object. First is assess object. Our aim is the research to the assess the water quality of Talca Tarimira. Object is to assess the physical and chemical character of the groundwater of the Talca Tarimira. Second one is that to the determine the overall quality of groundwater for domestic use by applying the WQI method model. Here research methodology. Number first, to assess the physical and chemical properties of the groundwater, Talca Tarimira, therefore, groundwater sample were collected from hand pumps, electric motors, and which are already installed on a study area. So all the sample were collected in the 1 liter plastic bottle. Location and source of water sample were noted, and also coordinates were recorded by using GPS device. Methodology. The collected sample were analyzed for different physical and chemical properties like turbidity, power of hydrogen, electric conductivity, EC, TDS, calcium, magnesium, and total hardness. Standard available laboratory and field method. Methodology sample, first of sample collected from electric and hand pumps. After that, analyzed in laboratory. After that, it is water evaluation for drinking. And here is a parameter method adapted for analyze parameter and test method. Colors, odor, turbidity, calcium, chloride, hardness, magnesium, and power of hydrogen, and total salts. Here is sample data. Area code and area name, sample resource. Here we collected 85 sample from different location of Talca Tarimira. These slides are for sampling data. Now, second one is to determine overall quality of the groundwater for domestic by the application of WQI model based on the analyzed result for different physicochemical properties as stated above. The quality of the groundwater for domestic uses were analyzed using the WQI model. The WQI model is a mathematical approach which is widely used around the globe by different scholars. It's also mentioned articles, and second one article is for assessing the overall groundwater and surface water sustainability for the purpose of the drinking. And here's calculation of WQI. WI is often in the parameter using the expression state, and whereas WI is the assigned weight to the each of the water quality parameter. And second QI, where is C naught is the observed and construction, and the CP is the allowable limiter suggest WHO for domestic use. Calculation of WQI using the expansion is the overall suitability of the water in the study area were determined. Here is the threshold of WQI model, categories and values. Less than 5, it's excellent. 5 to 100 is good water, and greater 100 to 200 poor water, greater 200 to 300 very poor water, and greater than 300 is unfit for drinking. Result and discussion. Here's the result of pH, TDS, EC, calcium, magnesium, and a total hardness of 85 samples. These are results. And here is a result summary. It's a parameter of permissible maximum minimum values of EC, turbidity, calcium, and chloride, and total hardness, magnesium, and power of hydrogen, and TDS. As values is note generally water having EC content less than 0.75 decimeter and consider suitable for drinking purpose. As per WHO guideline, the maximum permissible level of the turbidity is the potable water is 5 NTU, whereas the allowable limit of EC potable water as per WHO guidelines is 0.75. Here is a graph sample. Now any sample has a crossed WHO power of hydrogen limited, and 78% of sample is of EC, and 27% of sample and total hardness, and 76% of sample and total dissolved salts, and 71% of sample and calcium, and 33% of sample is magnesium, and 58% of sample and chloride and values above permissible limit. This is the result in calculation of WQI model, assigned weight and relative weight of parameter, power of hydrogen, chloride, calcium, magnesium, total hardness, and electric conductivity, magnesium. And these are result according to equation of QI, overall 85 samples. And this is final WQI equation. Here we mentioned longitude and latitude WQI, and category of water. Finally, it's unfit for drinking, excellent water, very poor water, and these also are for 85 samples. And here is finally pie graph is based on the water quality WQI model. It was observed that no any one sample. Sorry, sir. Now, any one sample falls in excellent category of 10% samples, and a good category of 31% of samples in poor category, and 31 sample is in a very poor category of, and 14% of, and 40 samples for 40% fall in unfit water quality for drinking purpose. Now finally conclusion, these sensory analysis of the each sample related that the all sample found suitable in taste, odor and color. Furthermore, no sample was found having a turbidity value above WHO level limit. In terms of EC, out of 85 sample, 85 samples have a cross the WHO limit. The maximum value of EZ was found as a 5.89 and the minimum value was 0.266. The value of calcium arranged from 24 to 620, and the study area have a value of calcium temporary hardness behind the standard limits. And the maximum and minimum values of magnesium were found 223.2 and 8.64 respectively crossed the target line of 50 mg per liter. The highest value of chloride was observed 4,000 in study area, and lowest value was found 50 mg per liter in study area. Moreover, the maximum construction of the power of hydrogen was found in 8 study areas. The minimum value of power of hydrogen was observed 6.1 study area. All the collected sample of the study area have a power of hydrogen within the safe limited. In addition to this, the maximum construction of the total hardness was observed 1,550 study area and minimum 60. Only 4 areas study area have a cross its allowable limited. However, the highest value of TDS was observed 3,770 and study area, and a minimum value observed was 170 in the study area. Out of 85 sample, and 65 sample has crossed the WHO suggest limit of the 500 mg per liter. On the basis of a water quality index model, it is concluded that the 26 locations have a poor water quality, while 12 locations have a very poor water quality. Moreover, the water of the 12 location is unfit for drinking purpose. Therefore, it is suggested that the water of these areas should be treated well prior to the use for drinking reference. And thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Miraj, for your very nice presentation on the water quality index, and it's very good. Now I would like to ask participants if they have any questions, so you may ask from Miraj. If no any questions, so we may proceed with the another speaker, last speaker. On the behalf of Haider Ali Lund, Mr. Mir Zain Mohammad Talpur will present his presentation from Benazir Bhutto Shahid University of Technology and Skill Development, Khairpur.
वो बंद करना
Mirzain, you may please proceed.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, please share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Yes, your screen is visible and you are also audible. Please
Okay.
proceed with presentation.
Okay.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Today our topic is study of green efficient eco-friendly bricks made from scrap plastic waste. Background: the manufacturing of clay bricks consumes a lot of non-renewable materials associated with the emission of hazardous gases. The production process involves the heating of the bricks to achieve its strength. The process consumes a lot of energy, about 24 million tons of coal is used per year, which is most polluting material available on the earth. The heating temperature required of bricks vary from 1000 Celsius to 1400 Celsius. Pakistan generates 48.5 million tons of solid waste annually, which is increasing more than 2% annually. Plastic waste is increasing rapidly with increasing population, and it is hazard for living things as well as whole environment due to its improper disposal. Plastic waste is non-biodegradable, which takes thousands of years to decompose. Plastic waste is effectively utilized in manufacturing of bricks to reduce hazard to human and whole environment. These are our literature reviews. Summary of literature review. Plastic waste is non-biodegradable, which takes thousands of years to decompose. Plastic waste is increasing rapidly with increasing population, and it is hazard for living things as well as whole environment due to its improper disposal. Plastic waste is effectively utilized in manufacturing of bricks to reduce hazard to human and whole environment. Limited research is done to tackle the problem of plastic waste locally. Problem statement. Pakistan generates around 48.5 million tons of solid waste annually, which is increasing more than 2% annually, in which 9% is plastic. The government of Pakistan estimates that more than 87,000 tons of municipal waste is generated per day, mostly from major metropolitan areas of Pakistan. Plastic being one of the most used material by humans are also hazardous material. It is often used as a short-term replacement for any other alternative, which are usually costlier than plastic. For example, polythene bags are used instead of its more organic counterparts like jute bags. It is a non-biodegradable substance that stays as it is for centuries. Approximately every 10 years, the rate of expansion is doubled. This can be attributed to the factors such as population growth, urbanization, in Pakistan, scrap plastic waste is main problem. The objective of the study. The basic aim of this research work is to prepare green, efficient, eco-friendly brick. The specific objective of this research studies are to determine the water absorption test of eco-friendly bricks, to evaluate the compressive strength of eco-friendly bricks. Experimental works. In this study, plastic waste was used with dry hill, sand, river, sand, and clay were collected from Khairpur in Pakistan. Out and clean water and dried. Ecological bricks. The plastic waste added to the pan and heat at the 110 sand and clay was added in required proportion when plastic turns into hot liquid and mixed thoroughly. Total 15 specimens were made in which 6 contained plastic and hills and the other contained plastic.
Then please go towards your results and conclusion.
Yes, sir. So here are our results. Average compressive strength of ecological bricks with different materials are the clay average compressive strength Newton into mm square was 14.5, hill sand was and average water absorption is 0.36%, hill sand was 2.11%, river sand is 0.92%. Conclusion. The basic aim of the study was to utilization of scrap plastic waste in construction industry to clean the environment from plastic waste. From experimental study, the following conclusions were drawn. The water absorption of ecological bricks is less as compared to burnt clay bricks. Based on compressive strength result, it was concluded that ecological bricks have more strength as compared to burnt clay bricks. Acknowledgement. We would like to express our special thanks of gratitude to our teachers, Engineer Sir Abu Bakar, as well as our chairman, Saab Dr. Asim Ali Abro, who gave us the golden opportunity to the wonderful project on this topic of study of green efficient, eco-friendly bricks made from scrap plastic waste, which also helped us in doing a lot of research, and we came to know about so many new things. We really thankful to them. Secondly, we would like to thank our parents and friends who helped us a lot in finalizing this project within the limited time frame. Thanking you, Heather Lidon, Sabil Hassan, Mirjan, Mohammed, Man, Mehtab, Ahmed. Thank you. Here are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Mirjan Mohammed Thakur.
Yes, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
I have just one question.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think valuation of your research?
And your voice is not clear.
I'm repeating my question again. What do you think is the scholar that some value by this research, especially in the existing body of knowledge? This is my question.
Sorry, ma'am, your voice is not coming clear.
Actually, madam is asking about novelty of your work.
Yes, sir.
Yes, what is the novelty of your work?
The novelty of our website, we actually done this work to utilize the recycles of plastic recycles. So we have done this work to utilize our plastic scrap.
May I answer?
Sorry, sir.
Sir, can I answer?
Yes, yes, you may ask.
The novelty of our the main novelty of our work is to reduce the plastic waste around our environment, and it is making these plastics are making a these are hazardous and making a bad impact on our environment. So we are reducing the plastic waste and making them to use in our
Yeah.
There's another, last question from you both. If anyone from you can answer. What is the significance of the system? How it's valuable for the society as a whole? Who will get the maximum benefit out of it?
Hello. Hello. Ma'am, your voice is not coming.
My voice is not coming.
A screenshot from Indonesia.
Hello.
Prof. Iksan, are you there?
Yes.
Prof. Iksan from Naratma. Muhammad Iksan from Naratma, Surabaya, Indonesia. Are you there? Zen, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prof. Iksan, are you there?
Maybe Mr. Iksan, Maghrib time, Sajad.
Okay, okay. Thank you, doctor. So we are about to conclude the session. Professor Dr. Abdul Sami Qureshi, Worthy Pro Vice Chancellor, Mehran University of Engineering Technology, Sheikh Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur, Miras. Okay. Yes, Professor Sri Bovio, are you there? Professor Sri Bovio, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, please give some comments about our conference. So we are about to finish.
Oh, I'm paper presentation, Mr. Nawir.
Yes.
Just Surabaya Maghrib time. Maybe 10 minutes again, yeah?
Okay.
10 minutes.
He's available? Because we are just about to finish. All the speakers have completed.
Okay, Mr. Nawir, we call to presentation, yeah? Just a minute.
You might.
Okay, Mr. Sajad, Mr.
Yes.
Nawir will be coming.
Okay,
Just a minute.
maybe it takes time.
Yeah, yeah.
You can give some comments about the conference, how you observe this conference, and thank you very much for giving an opportunity and cooperation with the Naratma University Sobaria. I am very much thankful to you and your team. Please pass some comments about the conference.
Okay, itu Dr. Nawir is come.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pak. Okay, please continue.
Yes, you may please proceed. Dr. Nawir.
Yeah,
Yeah, please proceed to share your knowledge. And
Share PPT-nya Pak Nawir.
From Naratma.
Yeah, bro. Welcome, Prof. Hexan.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I want to see you since yesterday.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yesterday I traveled from Jakarta, Surabaya.
Yeah, you are on holidays.
On holidays.
Thank you. Thank you. Setting your by another
Yeah, bro.
Yes, Prof, pass some comments about the conference, our 2 days conference.
Okay. Iwan or me? Pak Iwan.
Oke, Pak Nawir.
Can you see the picture of the in the share screen?
Yes, Pak Nawir.
Okay. I would like to thanks for the member of International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference or IMDC 2021. I would like to share about research. The title of research is Cold Form Steel Composite Concrete Beam Experiment. And my name is Nawir Rasidi, and then our team is Sri Wiwoho Mujanarko or Pak Iwan and Pak Afas and Pak Sajat Ali Mangi and
Listen, Mr. Nawir.
Yes.
Just Surabaya Maghrib time. Maybe 10 minutes again, yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
10 minutes.
He is available?
10 minutes. This is 10 minutes.
Because we are just about to finish. All the speakers have completed.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Nawir, we call to presentation, yeah. Yes, please.
Okay, that's the cool form steel is one of the components that are used by the community as building structure. And in Indonesia, they call it is C profile because the form like the letter of C. And then the size of C profile is very various. For example, this lightweight steel profile is C 75 millimeters, and then the width is 35 millimeters.
Okay, Mr.
And then,
will be coming.
Okay. Maybe it takes time.
Next time.
Thank you very much for giving an opportunity and cooperation with the Naratma University Surabaya.
Okay. Okay, please, this is the prayer time. Please.
very much. I want to see you since yesterday. Yeah. I'm sorry. Today I travel from Jakarta, Surabaya. Yeah.
Huh? अच्छा so ये होता है जो सिस्टम है हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम
Waalaikumsalam.
hello salam to everybody that's up
Waalaikumsalam.
hello Dr. Bangi Saab
Yes,
are
sir.
you
I'm audible.
okay you are audible
Yes, sir. You may please pass some comments about today's conference.
okay Madam Zaida bro assalamu alaikum yeah I am also you are audible and I am also looking you Auzu billahi shaitanir rajim bismillahir rahmanir rahim respected Madam Zaida Ablo, heading the very prestigious Institute Zabest of Larkana, dear colleagues, friends, my respected guest speakers, and respected authors, a very good afternoon. I wanted to be part of your opening session, but due to my commitment and I could not deliver my speech on opening session. So I am Dr. Abdul Sami Qureshi, Pro Vice Chancellor, Mehran University of Engineering Technology, Jamshoro, Sheikh Zulfikar Ali Bhutto Campus, Khairpur Mirs. On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome you all, and I am just told that I should be part of the concluding session. So I'm very much pleased to be part of hosting this international conference, which is to be held since yesterday. This conference is virtually held due to the extraordinary condition generated by COVID-19. The committee, particularly Dr. Sajjad Mangi and his team, has given tireless efforts to organize or host this conference successfully. And I have seen the keynote speakers from 8 countries, 17 keynote speakers, and 5 guests of honors from 8 countries, just from Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Egypt, Palestine, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and United Kingdom, who have presented their research work and new ideas about civil architecture, electrical, electronics, mechanical, petroleum. Oh my God, every field they have covered, and I congratulate them being the part of this very informative conference, which has the theme particularly discussing the problems on social engineering and environmental issues. This is a very good opportunity for us, particularly located at remote area, to have a very interactive session with the very knowledgeable people from the around the world, and Dr. Mangi and his team and all other people, they have brought together the leading academicians, researchers, and practitioners who have contributed the global debate on engineering, technology, and innovation. The committee, particularly Dr. Sajjad Mangi, has potential in organizing such conferences, and I would like to see also from my other faculties to hold such type of conference. This is a very good opportunity for all of us to update our students, undergraduate students, postgraduate students, our researchers, and accept that this is a very good opportunity to share the thoughts. In such type of conference give us, I believe, the opportunity to hear the insightful interactive discussions, and I think this is a great chance for all of us to have sharing of the outcomes of our research. I would like now to thank our distinguished keynote speakers and authors for their valuable experience. And also I would like to thank the reviewers and all parties who have contributed their best efforts and assistance in organizing this event and ensuring the success of this conference. I would also like to thank the support and cooperation, particularly of the Consulate General of the Republic Indonesia in Karachi, Pakistan. He remained very much generous in visiting the institutes located in very remote areas and has shown his interest in the research and collaboration with our students. So I do hope that this second international multidisciplinary conference, digital conference, has made us all able to bring impact, particularly to foster and empower the society through science and technology from sustainable innovation. To conclude, I thank you all for great contribution and looking forward to seeing you in the next third IMDC to be held. And I also suggest that there should be a follow-up conference of this conference, which actually look the issues which we have discussed in this conference to be held might be either here in Pakistan or to be hosted by our researchers who have participated in this conference, having capability, up-to-date technology, and excellent programs. So I thank you all being a part of this conference. Particularly, I thank you, Madam Zaida Ablo, giving us the chance or has facilitated in organizing this conference. Inshallah, we will look forward and see the more collaboration of holding such type of conference. So thank you very much and wish you all the best. May God protect us abundantly. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sajjad. And it's indeed great honor and pleasure for me to say a few words at the end of second International Multidisciplinary Digital Conference, which is organized by Mute Zeb's Campus Khairapur in collaboration with the Narmata University Indonesia, Council Journal of the Republic of Indonesia, Karachi, and Zabist Larkana campus. In fact, this conference is being executed from our campus, Larkana campus. I appreciate the planning committee under the well-deserved leadership of Professor Dr. Abdul Sami, Vice Chancellor, Mute Khairapur, and definitely the conference chair, Dr. Sajjad, for exceptionally remarkable work to make this conference a great success. Great speakers, great scholars, wonderful audience, especially the students of ICE Khairapur. Recently, we have witnessed a paradigm shift in academia, as Dr. Sami elaborated earlier, due to pandemic. But I believe that while passing through this challenging time, Mehran University Khairapur pursued for research a step forward and arranged this conference to find out research-based pragmatic solutions and alternative options to meet the social, engineering, environmental issues of the global world. I believe during this conference, the variety of research papers presented by various scholars contains the practical solution to address many of the problems we posed with. We are indebted to all the scholars and the students presented their papers in the conference. Our conference objective is indeed served its purpose at the end of the day. Trust. All the stakeholders shall get the benefit out of this conference, what I believe, because we have archived the conference proceedings on our website. Also, the recording of this conference is available on YouTube for the future reference. Being the individual researcher, I believe that all the researchers, they put extraordinary, exceptional efforts to make this conference a success, and there are subsequent series of conferences maybe ahead. I congratulate in the last again to the Mute leadership, Dr. Sami and Dr. Sajjad, to just make it a successful, wonderful event for all of us. Last but not the least, we are also thankful to all the sponsors, especially the local universities of Sindh, for their contribution in any of the ways they contributed for promoting this conference, maybe for supporting us financially, maybe, or for even listening this conference at their homes. Today is Sunday. So thank you so much for all the viewers. Congratulations, Dr. Sami, to you. And inshallah, as you said earlier, that we will just go for the collaborative efforts together jointly in this region. And definitely we will make a huge difference in academia by providing pragmatic solutions and obviously the theoretical contributions to the existing body of knowledge. So thank you so much, Dr. Sajjad. And just the final remark, it was a remarkable event. Thank you so much.